Alright, hello and welcome to this week's episode of Tech Problems, Why Computers Hate You and Everything About You. This is Rock Rolling, where pain is the name of the game, and our computers are telling us that we're going to get that started before we ever actually open up Foundry or look at our character sheets, which also got updates, which also got screwed up too.
Yippee.
Yippee.
Also, Joel's mic is horrible. Skip this one.
Yeah, this is not ideal. Just try and tune me out, which I know you guys are already kind of doing, but just a little more this time.
Yeah, more than usual.
We'd kick him out of the group entirely, but it would mess up the format of the images on the stream, so we just kind of need his camera active.
That's why.
So, yeah, it's going to be one of those weeks, I suppose. Just trying to figure out why the computers are doing the hate thing. And not the Twitter kind of hate thing, just the regular screw you, nothing wants to work thing. So, let's get all of us up to speed on what happened last time.
Alright.
Man.
Last time it was another slightly slow session. Everybody had their own individual things to do, from doing some reading, meditating. I believe Sven went off hunting again in the mornings. But most importantly, at least of the morning, was Fernix's conversation with Turstamek, the master of Bannerhome. He learned a little bit about Turs, including some information regarding a particular expedition to the city of Karaman, not too far north of Althaven. It's close to the southern edge of the Great Scar. With what eventually caused him to lose his arm initially, and was somewhat related in the loss of his leg as well, as that was caused by him attempting to find some more information relevant to the situation. There was some involvement with a hag and some mentions of some ancient witch called Baba Yaga, and a lot of stuff that seemed to be very concerning to learn. But for a time long past, so eventually we kept moving forward. Daxius had a conversation with Cyrus, and meditation session, I believe it was called, which they kind of got a bit of a heart-to-heart, learning sort of what formed the perspective of both Cyrus and Daxius and their differences in how they view how the world has treated them. Some disagreements were had, but eventually the hint of future knowledge was brought up, with Cyrus mentioning that he might have the opportunity to teach Daxius some of the Kitsune magic that he himself has become accustomed to. As the days wore by, the group met back up and had some conversations about some various topics, and were ultimately just killing time and learning a bit about each other before the letter from Hummingbird finally arrived. The party ended up heading over to Rook's Roost, a former shiver den that they had visited a few sessions prior, and found it deserted, but for a few employees that were still hanging about, as well as the owner himself. Upon heading upstairs and into the meeting room, they found that the group, we'll say, that was supposed to be talking with them were brutally murdered in an utterly unidentifiable way. And that's about where we left off. Exactly where we left off.
For those of you who are interested, give me a heal check.
Sure. Not that I have any skills in that whatsoever.
I have a couple. I have 1 point.
So do I.
Wait, why can I see...
You won't be able to get any information out of the character sheets.
Okay.
It's just... That's what we were talking about with earlier. The update made it so that we can't give people stuff without limited visibility on their character sheet.
Alright.
Did I prep guidance?
Also, Joel, you're rolling private.
Yes, I changed that.
Probably
Alright, seriously.
The three of you who pass, which is getting at least a 20, you're able to tell that they were definitely hacked to pieces. They're not like actually dismembered or anything like that, but it's very obvious somebody took probably something very sharp and possibly curved to their bodies in every which way, hacking away at them until they eventually stopped wriggling.
Wait, like... It doesn't look like they, like, just moved them randomly and then just kept swinging?
Definitely looks like somebody came in here and did the works.
Oh boy.
Like, this wasn't a smooth, like, I just stab you in the heart and then
No.
that's it. Like, this was like, I want to make a mess.
Yeah, this is, like, for those of you who have any kind of knowledge of the underworld, this is 100% a message.
Yeah.
Okay. Osnan has given you a bit of room in order to investigate. I think I did give you information about like what the room looks like, that there are 8 members, reclined on like fainting couches, that they are dead, sitting up, hacked to pieces, that there is a contraption hung above each one of them with a tube which runs from like a place above their forehead up to what looks like to be and I'm going to say that every one of you is able to remember this considering it wasn't that long ago. It looks like a dismembered head. Not a human's head. It actually looks like the fish demon that Gilgamesh killed in the river. Its tubes are running to its mouth, like out of which seems to be a liquid, probably spittle or possibly blood, is running down and into the tubes which distribute out to the individuals lying on the fainting couches.
Yummy.
I assume that's
Yeah,
part of
man.
the display and not implicating or indicating that they were getting high
No,
off.
it definitely
fish
looks like
paste.
it's built into like the actual building, like there's a purpose for it.
Oh, so the implication is that they were getting high off of fish paste. Interesting.
Possibly, if that's the way you want to treat it, yeah.
Or something.
Yeah, like... That is the main thing I wanted to point out, is that, like, this sort of thing happening and then them being conscious for it doesn't necessarily mean that they were all conscious at the same time, and I probably would have necessitated some sort of narcotic to sleep through that.
It definitely looks like they were not, like there was no sign of a struggle.
Yeah,
I'm gonna ask the people that are there. just,
not
like,
significant anyway.
yeah, okay. No one was awake when this happened. Like, no one saw the assailants or anything.
Osnan turns to answer you, just as you all hear the voice of Fenrir say, "There is someone else here." Roll for initiative.
Oh! Oh god, I was not expecting that. Would
Okay.
this count as surprised? Because I think I'd be surprised.
No, you actually all rolled, because I rolled privately, above the PC. And
Sven's at least caught off guard by it.
Fair.
and as a way of explaining it, I'm going to say that Fenrir is the one that told you, it feels like something else is here. As you see the blood on the ground begin to undulate, pulling together towards the center of the room and up into a figure.
Oh boy.
Oh, good. I was worried it was invisible for a second.
Yeah, I don't have my full armor on because we were going incognito, so oh well. I'm still at 27.
As you guys turn towards it, you see, like, the guards grab Asnan in order to get him away from the door. Other than that, technically you're not surprised, so we will not be starting on a surprise round. Top of the turn, it is Vic. You watch as the blood congeals into a vaguely, well, at least humanoid-ish shape. However, it's about 8 feet tall and pretty broad chest. made entirely of blood, which is pulled up from the floor itself, which has been lying 2 inches deep.
Okay. I would assume I'm pretty close to this thing since I was like right in the room.
The room is like 20 by 20. Like, you could take a step and hit it. Like, yeah, that's why I'm not gonna have bother with it. It's one enemy and in
Okay.
a pretty small room.
Well, I guess I'll start by trying to see if I can identify it. I mean, I obviously see the name, but this be Arcana probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna rule it as Arcana. Technically, I think it would fall under Planes, but
The modifier is the same, so
oh, then pick one. I guess is really okay.
Good.
Yeah, really, just pick one.
okay. I'm adding the situational bonus because this is my monster lore feature.
All right. Well, you can definitely know what it is. Calling it a blood golem is a bit generous, as that would require a certain amount of magic in order to construct it, whereas it is very obvious that this is not made, like, nobody in this room made it. And the way that Aznan and his goons reacted, they're definitely not making something. Like, you see that dude, he is not. No, hell no. And the way that they reacted suggested that they didn't know it was there either. It's more, I think it's more accurate to say it's almost like an elemental in a way.
Okay. I don't know how many questions I get, but I'm sure you
Two at
can see
least.
this one coming. See if it's... I mean, I would phrase it as any immunities, but specifically I'm looking for mind affecting.
It qualifies as a construct.
Okay. That takes care of that. Does it have any abilities like fast healing or regeneration or something like that?
No, it does not.
Okay.
And in
In
fact,
that case-
considering how it's made, you think it would be pretty susceptible to bleed.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, my large bludgeoning hammer is not particularly bleed focused. So I'm going to use a swift action to activate Bane. Take a step closer to it. If I can figure out where to get up to put all my buffs. And I'm just going to do a full attack.
Alright. First one hits, the second one does not.
Okay. And that's full round and a swift, so I guess that is it for me.
Okay. Alright. Obviously it is going to swing back at you, since you have walked up and attacked it itself.
Mm-hmm.
There's a 29 and a 15.
29 does.
11 points of damage. Where is the...
Oh. It's got a bunch of errors.
I moved something into the Vardo.
Oh no, the Vardo's gonna have to be fixed.
Okay. And at the same time, as its tendrils wheel back and swing towards you, wrapping around your figure, does a 25 meet or exceed your combat maneuver defense?
CMD is 25 exactly.
All right. You are then held. What is the actual... Let me look what the actual thing is.
I would presume it's either grappled or entangled.
Grappled. Yeah, not entangled. Other than that, that's all it can do, as it's, you definitely feel the liquid beginning to seep through your clothes. Despite it being obviously made out of human blood, it does have a thick, almost skin-like texture on its exterior, something which you saw was definitely damaged as the Morning Star came around and nailed it right in the center of its chest, sending a ripple out through its body. Phoenix, it is now your turn. Muted.
Right. So let's see if I know anything about this thing.
Vic would have also just like said what he was learning as well, if that helps the chicks at all.
I
Probably
don't.
not.
No. No.
Well, it's a good thing that the stuff that I can do is swift action. Let's see. What would
knowledge check
Blood
doesn't count
probably? Yeah, it's a free action. What would Blood probably not appreciate happening to it? It might be
Being on the
resistant to
outside?
fire. Yeah. Cold, maybe, because it's not a water elemental. I don't even think those are resistant to cold. And he's not entangled, so yeah, why not?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with because you rolled, you believe whatever it is you want to believe.
What about the
Yeah,
right
I'm
answer?
just like it can't be that complicated. It's just a
Phoenix.
golem.
You have the opportunity to say you believe the right answer, and Gray has to honor it.
Well,
All right.
I
That
do hope a 27 hits its touch AC. It does allow for spell resistance.
Yeah, it definitely
It's a
does
spell
hit its
ability.
touch AC. It's not gonna make that reflex. Hell no. No, it does not.
Okay, and any spell resistance?
Let me actually look, because there is.
You better not chew on this cauldron. Silly baby.
Oh, you know they will.
Mm-hmm.
Immune to any spell or spell-like ability that allows spell resistance.
Yep. So it fizzles.
Ah, okay.
And I except for whatever that I don't know.
I've never seen that. This is something I drew out of the bestiaire, so that's literally something I've never seen on another character sheet before.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot-
Golems have got unbeatable spell resistance.
Yeah, most
Except
golems are
for-
just like
Certain weaknesses.
Um,
Usually some kind of elemental thing may be on there, maybe not. Sometimes it's like slow or
We'll move the
Another
icon onto the map so you guys can see like the health estimate. You're thinking that that first hit was actually a pretty goddamn good one.
yeah. I just hope
And,
no pain.
is just sort of stunned for a second and then is like okay. So what have we got that doesn't allow for spell resistance? I think actually. Yep, that'll have to do. So after a second's hesitation, Vernix just fires off another one. This time, acid.
Yep, that still hits, and that definitely does it.
Oh, it does damage. It also allows for spell resistance.
Then I guess not.
Nope. Okay, that's fine.
Well, so some golems have ways of doing damage to get around the spell resistance. I think
Let me look.
that's just something that would need to be double checked.
Spells and effects that specifically affect blood, such as boiling blood, affected normally.
Okay, that's probably all then.
Me with my blood-based magic. Darn, didn't prepare it today.
Daxius, you're up.
Okay. I was considering casting a spell, but after watching Phoenix throw 2 spells at it and them both fizzle, I'm just gonna shoot twice at it. Keep it simple. Before I do that, though, I am going to. Is there like within 15 feet, like I don't know, like a table or something, like a pillar?
There are
in the
8
room?
dudes on fainting couches, mutilated, hanging over them. I'm pretty sure you
Okay.
could find cover behind a corpse.
I'm going to find cover behind one of the couches that has corpse strewn about it.
Just as a reminder, you can't sneak attack a golem. Or can you?
Shit, that's right. I forgot. That's why
You totally can.
And there's
I always get that mixed up with
But
elementals.
elementals you can. Golems you can because they don't have like 360.
either way, I'm gonna try it.
The one nice thing that constructs got was they got slightly better sized hit point modifier because they also don't have a con score.
It cannot beat that, so I'm not even gonna roll.
Yeah. Yeah, just full attack.
Both of those hit.
Do I get sneak attack?
I believe so, considering you're able to move and it did not necessarily see you because it's focused on the person around whose its tentacles are wrapped.
Fair enough.
It might just be on the first one.
It is just on the
It
first
is,
one.
yeah. Once a turn.
Deal 7
yes.
points of damage.
And
problem-
also
Okay.
bleeding attack. Like this isn't like I doubt it. Like it gets affected by bleeding attack.
Yes, in fact, it's specifically weak to it.
Oh.
Nice.
Well, there you go. Well, you're supposed to take 2 damage a turn, unless that's 4, which would be awesome. Either way, yeah. On top of that, it takes. I always forget how often when the sneak attack procs. Each
It's whatever-
round. So at the beginning of the
Its turn.
beginning of the yeah.
So, you let loose both of those crossbow bolts, and it goes into its figure and out the other side, and it's like it gives kind of a bit of a groan as its viscous skin gives away and a spurt of blood comes rushing out one side and then the other. It doesn't immediately heal itself up though. Like it pulls shut a bit, but it's still trickling blood down over its figure as it holds on to Vic's form.
Yuck. That's my turn.
Alright, Sven, you're up.
Well, Sven thinks this is badass, and he starts channeling Call Lightning, and that's his turn.
We're inside of a building.
That doesn't matter.
It's
He's
also
also
almost dead.
grappled with Vic.
I wasn't gonna mention it. So
The Vic
it
will
would be
absolutely
funny.
be hit by that.
It's
Can I not angle it in a
magic
way?
electricity.
Can I not angle a bolt of
Yeah,
lightning?
bolt of lightning. No, the person
I
who's
can decide very
holding it.
specifically where it
the
comes
person
down.
holding the other person totally won't be affected.
It might be immune to electricity.
Maybe I can channel the
On the
toaster
plus
into the
side.
side of the bathtub that I'm not in.
Mage hand, save me!
It doesn't electrify water, so it doesn't transfer to other people.
It's,
Oh, well.
you know what? We'll
It's
figure that out on my
magic
turn.
It's magic lightning.
On your
okay. I don't really have much I can do here. If I'm being honest, if I can't cast Call Lightning,
Didn't you
Uh,
steal like a hammer or
Don't
something?
you have like several weapons on you that you
Yes.
can use?
I mean,
Yeah.
okay.
Admit it.
I'm saying I can't. I'm not saying I can literally do nothing. I'm just saying because golems are resistant.
You have
Well,
several
a lot
magical
of
weapons
stuff.
that do a lot of damage.
It might not
Yeah.
have VR. It's made out of liquid,
Maybe.
and that liquid is
Oh.
like
Well-
true silver or double mithril or some shit.
It's fine. How about we just
Guys,
let
I
Vic
can-
get electrocuted? It's fine.
I can use my scholar's ring.
I hope so.
I have health and I have spell slots.
Yeah, I'll walk in and heal you. It's grappled. It might
Actually,
not be able to hit me.
it says the Golem-Bane Scarab is on my sheet. I don't know why.
Oh yeah,
Is it actually on my sheet?
I don't know.
yeah.
Actually, kind of thought it was on Vic's, or it was supposed to be,
Oh,
or Gilgamesh took it.
Okay.
Maybe.
I was like, I
Yeah,
thought you
didn't
gave it to
Gilgamesh take it?
Gilgamesh.
Yeah,
Well,
Gilgamesh
yeah,
had
yeah.
it last. I don't
That's
remember who
right.
had it.
I'm deleting it from my sheet.
Okay.
Put
Hey,
it
don't
to
delete
the-
it from your sheet.
Yeah, don't
Let me
put it
see.
to
Oops.
the caravan, the Vordo, instead.
Uh,
You did it
Wow.
without waiting, did you?
correct.
Can't you Control Z?
No.
Oh well, it's in the compendium.
I
Oh,
guess
yeah.
I can
I don't
pull
thi-
out.
It's in the Vardo. I see it now.
I don't think there's a lot of
Oh, good.
Golem Bane items.
No, they're
Okay.
not. So you're fine.
Not usually.
All right, I've got a
Alright.
Masterworks Silver Sheen Longsword. I've got a
Praise the shit out of
+1 quarterstaff. And I've got a +1 longbow. I guess I can hit it with my quarterstaff.
I mean, the call lightning is fine. We'll
might.
figure it out.
Yeah, we were just ragging on you.
The-
That's all.
To be honest, it might actually not be a bad idea.
I
Greg,
just
would
thought
I,
it was funny.
would I
Vic will
hit
survive it.
Vic with Call Lightning?
Even if it affects him, Vic will survive it.
Yes, Vic will be fine.
It's 3d6. It'll be.
All right, my insanely
okay.
quick 3-second turn has taken 2 minutes. I call and it's the same result. I call
All right,
lightning and my
Vic,
turn.
you're up.
Okay.
Ignore the cat.
Just for
Rethink your turn.
it's close to the end of the day, and I've still got plenty of these, so I'm going to swift action, activate a judgment, give myself a buff to my attack rolls, just to offset the grappled penalty, and just pull away enough from it to get another full attack in.
Alright.
I'm not going to do power attack because I have Bane active and I don't need the extra.
Yeah, both of those hit. You can
Or-
describe however you want to do this.
It did not apply the Bane damage, but that is fine.
It literally does not matter.
Yeah. Hold on, I want to get my extra 46. No, so Vic is just like ripping and pulling at the tendrils, and one of them just pops out of place enough of it for Fenrir to just be able to bring it down directly on top of it, and just beats it into submission. And Vic is covered in another mysterious liquid, which appears to be becoming more and more common. And then the call lightning goes off.
Call lightning, roll 3d6. So yes, the
Wait.
blood
Yeah.
bag of the
Choose
blood
not.
golem bursts, sending a torrent of the people's collective blood back out onto the floor, rushing out to the edges of the entire room, probably running up over most of your shoes.
As soon as I see it fall, I want to pull out my wand of detect magic, and I just want to start looking that over.
Okay.
Just taking all 3
maybe-
rounds, and I'm not gonna. It's just detect magic. I'm not gonna get a lot from it, but using that as a basis to sort of, I mean, arcane insight only works on.
Well, either way, like beyond the magical stuff that you detect on your friends, probably some minor stuff on Aznan and his bodyguards. There is obviously the magical energy from the Hydera demon's head leaking out into those tubes, but it's very weak. There's sort of a pallor that seems to hang over a lot of the room, possibly left over from the golem, perhaps left over from what has happened here. Now that the creature has been dispatched, its blood returning to from whence it came, more or less. Yeah, the whole building falls very, very fucking quiet.
And then Call Lightning goes off.
Give me 3d6.
I do want to know, like, the strength of this magic. Is it like faint?
Yeah.
Okay. And does it have a school of magic?
Probably conjuration.
Yeah, I figured, but just in case.
A mixture of conjuration and illusion. Or excuse me, yeah, illusion.
Ooh, if it's illusion, then I have just a +4 on saving throws. But I'm better at picking out illusions. Is there anything about the illusion factor that sticks out to me?
Well, considering that the people who have died in this room, you did not pass the heal check, but I think you're
That's true.
at least bright enough to be able to realize, these people were 100% hacked to death by something.
Yeah.
Combine that with the knowledge that certain
This was
types of
probably
spells fall into the School of Illusion, including entering and walking the world of dreams. It seems possible that these people were most likely murdered in their sleep.
Well,
Possibly not
yes.
in the waking world.
I mean, I had the theory as soon as I walked in the store, but then I just turned the party. This was definitely Caligari, right? Yeah.
Would make sense.
Sven, do you call off that spell?
No.
I would hope so.
I thought about it, but I'll stop it.
Don't you?
Sven kind of looks a little sad.
Shit, you still use the spell slot for that.
Uh-huh.
It's the end of the day, though.
Well, what if we have another fight?
Mhm.
Then you have one less spell slot.
Shit.
One fewer, whatever.
No.
Well, get the impression that we're
Right.
probably not going to get much from the paste that's left.
No, you will not. I can at least tell you that those men, they were here to protect people in the other side. Or look for some things that were missing. I may have not shared everything that has happened since all of this began, but... like,
Where the fuck did that golem come from? I'm sorry, is there anyone talking about this?
Caligaro, probably.
Yeah.
There's just a random golem in here from them? You know how expensive those things are? We just
It
killed
seems like-
over 10,000 gold of golem and they just left it here? I'm
I
sorry, I've
would-
been reading the golem.
There are some rituals that might have been able to make one spontaneous. Doesn't last for as long.
It's also not entirely real after looking over it. I mean, it is, but it also like partly isn't. It's made with dream world magic things, and the Caligari has been long enough that it feels. I think.
Oh, I didn't even consider.
Yeah.
So
I think he has some control over the world at this point. Safe to say.
So what you're saying is that the fact that this room was sealed, literally, it doesn't matter. Because he could have just walked here out of the dream world, and then back into the dream world, and just killed all of these people.
No.
Something along those lines.
He, like, as Nan turns around into one of his guards, says, Bruno, go give me a seat. And, like, the kind of burly man, like, kind of nods and turns away to go get a chair for him, for the elderly man. Asnan turns around and says, these men were tasked with protecting certain people in the dream world. I'm assuming that you all know that should you die on the other side, you die here.
Yes.
And they would be manifesting wounds that they had accrued in the... Right. Okay.
He gestures to the contraption running above them and says, the spit from the Hydero demon puts people into a lucid sleep, allows for easy access to the world of dreams. It does not exactly control where you appear in the world of dreams, but it allows you to cross. They were looking for things. It has been hell ever since Frere showed up trying to sell the things that he has stolen. I told him I would not buy any of it. He of course went over to Greeley and sold the key to him. The ones who were here in the room, they were still looking for the book. Parvasi's men.
Well, If you have anyone else still attempting to do that, you should call them off now. It's far too dangerous for anyone
Yeah.
I do
without
not
the
know.
proper skill set to be doing this.
I do not know. In the end, I do not know. All that I know is that the man who he stole from, who came through here, who spent his money, purchased Shiver, used it, and died in his sleep, has caused a cascade of absolute nonsense, danger to everyone, not just himself and those around him, his friends that he supplied down the Fever Dream Alley, everyone, the whole neighborhood. I've heard about some of the things that the cult does. I did not 100% believe them because people around here talk. They say things that do not actually mean. 8 people, 8 men who actually know how to defend themselves, dying all at once. Somebody wants what they knew or thought that they had back very, very badly. And it is obviously that they did not find it.
They obviously have quite the unusual contacts.
Either
I'm
way,
just kind of staring at the bodies at this point.
Either way, if you wish to pursue those who have actually done these things, I will offer you my services free of charge. Because you will not find them in this war.
No. No, you'll just get killed too.
We might stand a better chance, though.
Ben is cleaning himself off.
That the other thing that he could not sell that I would not buy was a thick book that he brought in. Black, yea big, thick. Old leather bound. A bit of a face on the front, I think. Either from age or perhaps from design. Pages sticking out of it every which angle. I could not buy it. Some things even you don't some things even I know you do not touch.
Yeah,
You know
it's
what happened to this?
Do you know what the book was called?
He said it was
Rings
a
of
book of
the
dreams.
Crystal.
That is all I know. He said it
Or was
in
it-
words that I do not know. The old ones from old human language. I do not recall a lot of it. But I told him I would not buy it. And that if Greedy wouldn't or couldn't, he would have to go to somebody who actually understood things about that. An actual bookseller.
No,
We've
they
spoken to
tried
most
that
of-
too.
I've spoken to every bookseller in the city, it seems.
unfortunately.
So
Yeah,
Bravasi
somebody-
doesn't know what the book is either.
Bookseller, I would like your strongest book, please.
Well, the thing is, most of these people, they probably only know that it is very valuable. Of course, they would tell you that they don't have it. Why would they? He turns around just as, like, the one bodyguard comes back with a seat for him. And another one hands a knife to the other man. The two of them go to the sides of the doorway and just stand and say, I will offer you whatever I can, but unfortunately we now have a bit of grim work ahead for us.
Right. I suppose, if there's further developments, then, do you have our contact information?
And you have made yourself rather famous in these parts. And he tells me if I cannot find you directly, I can go to City Hall or over to Banner Home. You wear the pin, so I'm assuming that you are associated. Somebody there would
We
know.
have? I mean, yes. Of course. If you can't find one of us, then I have a homunculus who should be more than willing to help.
Then if I learn anything, I shall tell you. If you have any questions, I will answer them. This cannot go on. The dreams, they still walk. And they will kill everyone they get their tendrils around.
Or else
Right.
say where he was going next.
Arvasi? I never saw him, never met him.
No, Pharrell.
Well,
When he was trying to sell the book.
I do not know. I told him the same thing that I told you. If he hasn't gone to any of the big ones here in the neighborhood, I would be shocked. There are many people who specialize in this kinds of magic, sorcery, psychicism, whatever, I do not know. Somebody here knows something. I would try there first.
Is it out of character? I didn't quite hear you. Did you say someone in Bridgefront would be?
Yeah, he
But-
said that, like, there's a lot of people here in the neighborhood who specialize in that kind of psychic magic, something like that, and obviously somebody here must know something. You did speak with Carrington, who recognized the book, but he wanted too much money for it, and now she regrets not having bought it because she didn't know at the time. Like, that was before any of this started happening, and so she didn't buy it when she had the opportunity.
Okay.
It does seem likely that lacking other options, he would have heeded your advice.
Well, we now must feed the pigs, and I do not think you want to be here to see that.
No.
I wish that I was not privy to that information, but I appreciate your honesty. Just, is that,
How else are you gonna get rid of all the bodies? They kind of stack up in this neighborhood.
Burying them in the cemetery properly, but
You would have a really fucking big cemetery.
In the
I
money to pay for
don't-
the plots.
that's
Suppose
great
I-
to exist, but
I didn't know them, but it doesn't seem terribly respectful considering.
If you wish to pay to have them interred, you are available to. Welcome to.
How long
Well-
before we arrived did this occur?
Maybe about half an hour. No, maybe longer than that. An hour or so. Everything was normal. Everyone who was here was safe. No one had come in. The people who were working in this room, we kept them safe, kept them locked and separated. He gestures to the door itself, which you can see has been bashed in from the outside. We didn't even have enough time to get the door open once we heard the noises. Not screams, but squelches. Sound of blades going through flesh. Bruno here and his friend, they both bashed the door in, but it was too late. They were dead. It all happened in the space of 60 seconds. We got the other patrons out of the building as quickly as we could, but no other attacks came. Whoever did this, if it is whoever you just spoke of, they wanted these people specifically. They weren't killing at random.
They don't want anyone going into the dream world.
But they want what they think Barvasi has, which I do not know I don't think that he does. At least by now.
Well,
They
we're kind
wonder
of
if-
fucking out of leads.
I suppose this
Not
is
entirely.
true. I think either way, we're going to have to deal with this group.
Mavasi?
The ones who killed these people, yes?
Oh, no, that's Caligara. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, we'll have to deal with the people who Caligari.
I think at this point it might just be Caligara. I mean, the whole cult went under already. Unless there's still some stragglers still working for him.
You have a way
think
of
Possible, but
contacting Bavasi, or is he just on the typical protection racket?
I did. And he just gestures to the people in the room.
Great.
so
Does he own any of the esoteric shops that you mentioned where the book might have been
Vasi,
sold?
no. I wish I could offer more information. I unfortunately cannot.
I think if Ravasi owned any of the local businesses, he wouldn't have stooped to selling Shiver. I mean, keep in mind, he used to run the breakwaters. He's used to a higher standard, if you will. I think he just didn't really have another choice. I don't think he has much of anything now.
well,
I suppose we have some doors to knock on.
right. If the book might be up in the air, or if we can at least find its last known whereabouts. Then
If
we'd be
Ravasi doesn't
on
have
there.
the book, I think we're fucked. If you ask me.
Not entirely.
Well, it didn't just disappear. It has to be somewhere.
Well, I mean,
And I pity whoever has it.
worst case scenario, I suppose there are more expensive options for finding these things, but
The book, yes,
I-
the rituals that were stuffed inside, no. We don't know what those were. We need to have the
Always-
original.
could we not use expensive means to find that?
We can try.
Boy,
I know there's certain medics can be used to locate objects, but
city's
Just
pretty big,
try
though,
out.
and they work in a certain radius.
yes. The range we have to search is larger than the range of the spell.
yes. Locating objects is usually good for modest range.
Also doesn't
Going
help,
over the countryside, bit difficult.
doesn't help that we don't have a full description and understanding of what it looks like, and none of us have actually seen it.
I think we do now, actually.
Yeah, he's able to describe it to you in
Dominate.
rather intricate detail.
Mhm.
He just doesn't remember the name that was written on the front because it wasn't written in common.
If someone
Is
wants
there
to,
any way to bring forth the memory of this thing and have others who might know the language peer into it?
If it's the language I'm thinking of, I might know the language.
Surely
You said
there's
it
a way
was-
to bring forth the memories onto, like, paper or things like this, right? I've heard of these kinds
Like,
of magic.
Object reading.
I'm not sure.
That has to do with some sort of aspects of things I'm a bit unfamiliar with, but returns some information related to the touched object to the caster.
The touched object. When it's a half a book, let's do it.
I think for now we have a good description and a tenuous lead in the knowing it's most likely been talked about in some esoteric shops around the area. Perhaps I'll have to. I know we've had people around this area before, but maybe I'm a bit better at pushing for information. If someone wants to head back
That's
to that
right.
room and see if we can't enlist the services of someone who can locate objects in that sort of sense, while the rest of us are asking questions.
I can
Good
run
idea.
fast.
Yeah, out of game, isn't there a spell or something that lets you like experience someone else's memory or like visualize something they saw?
I think I read something like that. Might have been part of the
Yeah, you might not have it though. It's like zap them with your memory spell.
Yeah, there's a share memory spell. Joel could technically, or Joel couldn't cast it, but Daxius could.
Yeah, share memory is a bard spell. Scroll or something. I don't know.
Well,
But what would that really tell us, though? I mean, like,
Nothing
Well,
more
if-
than what we already have.
yeah.
I mean,
Oh, that's fair.
but if we're able to visualize it, I can read any language and I could be able to know what the name of the book is, but
To-
I
To
don't know
locate
how
object.
much that would.
I don't think the
If we
name would
need
be
to-
helpful.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering.
for
We already know
locate
the
object even, it's the direction of a well-known or clearly visualized object. So even a detailed description might not be completely enough, but it might be enough.
Yeah, it's an option.
I shall
But
be
it's
here
only a
if-
long-range spell.
I shall be here if you need any questions answered. For now, then like that himself, he stands up from the chair and goes in. The bodyguards kind of go in and around. Unless you wish to see the dirty work which needs to be done, I thank you for coming.
I just walk out without another word.
All too familiar, unfortunately. And thank you.
As you guys
Sorry,
exit at
we
least
can
the
do more.
room itself, like the bodyguards like slowly close the door, and you can see as Nan like looks through until it finally closes. The rumble of the doors closing echoes up through the rest of the Shiver Den, leaving you alone.
Guess once we step outside, Vic is going to have to empty his boots of some blood and viscera that's still definitely in there.
Yeah. I start creating water.
Yeah, I might need to empty something else. So we're gonna take a little bit of a break,
Raining.
maybe like 5 minutes tops, and we'll be back.
Good.
All right.
All right, see you in hopefully a couple minutes at most. back. Phew. So, you finally exited out of the Rook's Roost, kind of trying to clean yourself off of all the blood that has been splashed over you from the magically summoned golem. The sun is very obviously beginning to set. It is now, I think, a little after 6. Yeah, a little after 6.
What about the daughter? Is she setting too?
Maybe.
I keep creating water.
Just down the street, just on homeless people.
Mhm.
Yeah, because
It's any container. Lungs are a container.
True, true.
Yes.
yeah,
And
I don't see-
homeless, if you think about it, homeless people contain sadness. I don't know where I'm going with this.
Oh, for sure. Tons of it.
yeah.
I cast summon water in the hobo's sadness. Does it work?
You drown him. Congrats.
Are we sufficiently clean?
Oh, never.
I've got some stains that'll probably take a while to get out, but whatever. I've been covered in worse.
As they're talking,
Yes.
I'm gonna take out my Nora mask and just carve 8 more lines into it.
I can still smell the blood, although that may just be a psychological remnant.
Yes, I remember the what was it, a mud golem that we fought underneath the sewers back in Lunderbrook. I think that one was
we've-
probably the longer cleaning session.
We fought a good amount of golems, actually. That
Yes.
might have been our third, yes?
Well, that one was. Was there a mud golem as well?
No, it was a mud
It
elemental.
wasn't.
Oh,
Yes,
Oh,
mud.
right.
Elemental.
that's what I was thinking of. Very
I
large,
didn't
very
mean-
dirty.
Yes.
Just like my mom.
So as you guys are like starting, honestly, you were only in for like a couple of minutes to accomplish what you did, and now that you're outside and cleaning yourself off, you actually see Cyrus emerge out of the crowd holding his rifle in one hand, walking over towards you as if he's been hurrying along. It's up to you. So, why is everybody wet?
A lot of blood.
This or. Yeah.
Sven is
much
actually
rather-
kind of dry because he's been using his water prestidigitation on himself.
It's not just licking the water off.
Wait, I also have prestidigitation, so yeah. I'll go to
Yes.
myself as well.
Do I just have that
It's-
as a? No, I don't
It's,
have that.
it's,
as a-
it's like the barest amount of water on him, and it's just like, oh, hold on a second.
So
It's-
the
More wet in the process, but don't tell him that.
I have another question, but it's like an out of character question. Based
then
on
don't
the
ask it.
all right,
L.
and
Jeez.
I was going to leave the session, but I didn't want to mess up the stream. So, based on the time period that the guys said that the massacre happened,
Mhm.
would the note from Hummingbird have come in prior to or after that?
Yeah, prior to.
Okay. Well, it seems that something realized that we were going to make contact with the handful of Rafasi's band that were in the Rook's Roost and turned them into a red paste, which was then also used to form some sort of golem-like entity that attacked us. That also exploded all over me.
Yes, as one does.
It probably wasn't designed to kill us explicitly, but it did show up when we got there.
I don't think it was the same thing that killed the group. At least I don't get that impression, at least. It seemed
No,
that whatever killed them was on the dream realm side of things, not the physical.
Right. Since there was no entry into the room, it had to have been the only remaining connection they had.
The
At least, it's what it looks like right now.
Well, shit.
proprietor had some... well, didn't have much. But I got the impression that we should probably take a closer look at some of the more esoteric shops in the area. Maybe push a little bit harder.
Reminded me of that one meme that I fucking love where it's like this really snobby high-end girl who's like in a sewer and she's like, I have got to be the most esoteric bitch in this sewer.
Okay.
You guys know the one I'm talking about?
Not a clue.
No, it just makes sense.
Yeah. All I'm gonna say is I know someone in real life that matches that exact description. I'll leave it at that.
But I guess starting there, and if possible, we might gather some allies from Bannerhome to see if we can't find someone who can use magic to locate items. Got a good description of the book from Viator as well.
Oh, I can prepare that one, actually.
Good. Well, it saves a bit of money. Other than that,
And
well, we don't. Well, he had the impression that Bavasi did not have possession of the book.
Fuck, you beat me to it, Gray. I was literally dragging the image onto Discord to prove that I'm not insane. But he found it first.
Unfortunately, you are still insane.
Yep.
Fuck.
So,
I remember someone did one of these with audio.
I got the impression that Bavasi probably doesn't have the book. The men that were in the Rook's Roost appeared to have been searching for something, and the book was most likely it. If Bavasi already had it, he probably wouldn't have had his men looking for it so brazenly. So, kind of back to square one, unfortunately.
said he might have taken it to someone who was learned in obscure books. So, if we start with the ones that Barvasi isn't keeping in his pocket, that would seem to be the thing that we know the least about, in theory.
This is why I never did any of this goody two-shoes shit before I met you guys. Oh, God.
Well, we
Yeah.
might have to cover a lot of ground, and I don't think we're going to accomplish much of that tonight.
Not likely. But if we could, perhaps, well, Daxis, you are somewhat familiar with the area, right?
Somewhat, yeah.
Do you think you could maybe come up with a list of names or starting points, at least?
I can try. I mean, it's not like while I was here, I visited a lot of important or well-renowned people. I just worked for some shit people, ran around the alleyways a bunch, and that was kind of it. I can try.
Well, as far as I know, you're the only person who spent any real time in the city of the group.
Fair enough. No. Yeah, I'll get back to you tomorrow then about that. And I make no promises. It might just be a list of places we've already been to.
Well, I could try and locate objects while we're in there.
I think it might be our best option.
We are here.
I could try and be moral support while we're there.
Call lightning goes off.
Jesus. No, I guess I can reach out to some of my other contacts, see if we can figure something out.
Well, I guess we're in the same club together. So.
Tomorrow's another day.
Yeah.
Hopefully a less violent one.
No.
I said hopefully, not. It will be. Alright, well.
Hopefully less messy.
Yes.
Alright. Well, I think I'm going to go back to Bannerham myself. It's been a long day.
Right.
It is.
Wake me if I'm
Well,
not up
thank you for
tomorrow. And I'll help you with that stuff.
Very well.
You were saying something for us.
Oh, just thank you for looking into that for us as well.
Well, we almost got close to something, and I guess that means something, I suppose. Take your victories how you can, really.
Call this a victory?
It
I
is
sure
close to
shit
it.
don't.
A little closer. That is all we really need at this point. Not like it, everything has been lost.
Still time for that.
As
God, I'm
for
just
a-
gonna walk off.
As for a good amount of people,
He just like puts the this rifle strap over his shoulder. Find me if you need me.
Right.
We will.
And he turns.
I roll for needing him.
So, what do you guys plan to do, either as a group or individually?
I think a lot of us, unless I stand corrected, I think we're probably going to bed. Oh,
Yeah, good night, everyone. Good stream.
Yeah, good stream, guys.
Well, it's only about
Yeah.
6:30 in the evening. You'd have a little bit of daylight left, and then an evening.
Are you sure that you're the younger ones and that I'm the oldest for my age group now? Because really sound like a bunch of old farts if you're all going to bed.
Sven is
Sven's
actually
still up.
72, so
Oh.
I'm
We're going to
mostly
need
just
some time to.
No, you go.
We're going to need a little bit of time to scrub some of the blood and viscera out of my
well,
book.
just use this. And Sven hands him a wand of prestidigitation. It cleans you better than any soap.
All right. I don't know if that's actually on my spell list.
Ronix has this look of like,
It is not,
You-
so I cannot use that.
you're not implying to just. Also, Vic, have you ever just sort of activated one of those randomly, so to speak? it takes some getting used to.
Oh no.
I think his connection died.
Yeah,
but-
my internet died for about. I heard, "Hey Vic, have you?" and then my internet died.
He's
We were
just
actually-
really trying to will it into activation.
With my -1 UMD score.
That makes it a little difficult.
Well, I guess
I
there's
mean, you
always shows you can take
can-
in, shopping you can do, fucking
It
about.
doesn't.
Honestly, I do need to do some reading, so I don't know about you all, but I'm heading back. So I got this funky little part 2 to the instruction manual of enhanced yada yada. I'm gonna go nerd out on that.
Oh, right. Reading nerd things.
Sorry, I should have muted myself before I yawned.
What is this muting you speak of?
It's when you turn your mouth off. You
But
should try it sometime.
Fucking sick burn. I give Sven a high
Damn.
five.
High five back.
I did have some.
did you need a healing, by the way, Vic?
I have this scroll I can cover it myself.
Don't be using scrolls. Or this useless whatever it is I prepared.
No, not a scroll. It's the page of spell knowledge. It looks like a scroll, but I can just use the information to channel the magics.
Yes, right.
I don't fully understand it, to be perfectly honest, but it doesn't get consumed or anything.
Not to worry. I've just seen some very liberal use of scrolls before.
No, you're right. I wouldn't be doing that.
Alright.
Axius, did you need healing
I
from
think I'm
that
fine.
brutal
yeah.
attack by Sven?
All lightning goes off.
Oh yeah, I'm actually quite deeply wounded.
Okay.
I could emotionally, anyhow. Physically, I'm perfect. Don't worry about me.
I'm afraid I can only offer emotional support.
That'll do. What's your rates per hour?
Oh, I don't charge anything.
Everyone charges
Although I-
something.
I probably should.
Yeah, it's not a great business strategy if you actually are jerking
Well,
Well,
I guess everybody's heading back to Bannerhome then?
Sure.
Are there any other shows we
More or
haven't
less.
seen yet? Because I thought we saw both of them that were mentioned.
There's always more performances going on at the drop. You seem to have learned that they kind of go on and it sort of rotates as to what's going on that show.
If we want to go to a show, I'm down. I'll just be reading a book the entire time, just idly watching.
that's so horrible.
I know. That's why
That's-
it's fun.
That's
I love it.
so immensely rude.
I love when the actor's eyes fall on me as an audience member and they realize I am not paying attention in the slightest, despite paying for it.
Dead silent. You've got this giant newspaper just rattling the pages around.
Just the occasional.
Imagine getting a private screening of a show, and you're just on your phone or reading the book the whole time. Oh,
The audience participation possibly too. So they just call you out, like, take your newspaper.
The, We should move on, but I just want to say, just imagine doing that to a stand-up comic. Like you hire a stand-up comic to do a personal show. So he's the only person there just trying to joke at you, and you're just reading a newspaper. Like that would.
That's so funny.
And that's how I made Dane Cook kill himself.
Yeah, that would probably trigger suicide in any person.
Yeah, that would do it.
Anyway, I'm gonna do a little bit of healing on myself.
I could walk down the street and like locate objects. No, really would be.
Anyway, so
Would
what
be
is
like an hour.
what is like? Are people going to see what is going on, or are you just going back to Bannerhome to read, go to bed?
I think we wanted to go visit the show, which I'm down for.
I'm down for a show.
Yeah.
There's nothing else. Just explore the city, see what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Then I guess give me a route. I guess if you're gonna do a little bit of exploration, give me a route.
I am following the party blindly. I just have my nose in a book as we walk. I really want to get some hours in this book because the last book gave me some funky cool abilities.
It's probably just heading up north across the main bridge out of Bridgefront, through Center City, and see if there's any performances or street arts going on. Probably up north past the Opera House and just continue on through Crown Heights and just looking around, following the path where the most other people are going.
Alright. So, as you get into the Heartlands and into Imperial Square, there are definitely a lot of things going on. There are some, like, buskers who are performing around the square. Most of them are not great. Some of them are pretty okay. In this, it's not entirely music, it's primarily, like, performance art. A lot of, like, people who fall into the category of, like, being a clown or mimes, doing other similar, like, visual performance arts. There's also a lot of just work and sales going on, as despite the workday kind of coming to an end, there are still people who are selling wares, usually food, sweets, and stuff like that, off of moving carts or pop-up stands. You can hear the sounds of movement, bugles, hollering up from the Monlicker War College up on the hill as you go past it, and the toll of the bells and the Temple of Azarian as you go past. The Opera House appears to be being prepared for some sort of performance, but it does not appear that it is going on presently.
Do they have like a sign of like, come see X show at some point?
There is a couple of signs that are put up. The one that is out on, like, kind of like a sandwich board that somebody isn't wearing appears to have a performance of like an actual opera, which in this era is generally performed in Late Batanian rather than in Common because fancy.
Yes.
You do see that it is underwritten by it isn't starring, but the showrunner is the last name is Ludendorff.
Wasn't there?
Makes sense.
Actually, hold on.
An Anastasia Ludendorff.
Yeah.
It didn't the arena that we just passed say it was the Ludendorff as well.
Oh, the Ludendorffs funded that arena.
Mm-hmm.
What if we joined the arena, you guys?
Yes, let's
Like-
spend 5 weeks doing combat.
We go into
Just
fight and
run.
Gray's like you just see a gigantic like gauntleted hand with a big like meat mallet. And you roll for initiative and it just smashes you all and then you're done.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, Master Chief is here for some reason, and he's going to kill all of you.
Spider, get it off me. Oh, no one will know what that is. And that's horrible. But it makes sense.
So, you definitely get the whiffs of, like, flowers and other arrangements off of the botanical garden, and it's pretty quiet going up through Crown Heights. You can obviously see the Medianan Keep growing and shrinking as you approach it and then move on. The Great Pantheon, I think that's maybe not the first time that you've been able to get to go past, but it's probably the first time you've gone as a group past it. A lot of people are gathering in the square out front, as it appears that there are, like, not performances, but there is, like, a sermon going on in the actual Pantheon itself.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep,
Let me roll a d20 to see who gets it.
I'll, like, listen at the door, but,
Alright.
even if it's open, I'm still, like, I don't want to go inside, like, midway through the service.
It appears to be Oleander. Which is an
okay.
interesting choice. The Great Pantheon literally has maybe not an actual priest to every single god, good or bad, but they at least have, like, some sort of small area of dedication to all of the gods, whether or not they are good or not. Because you might pray to good gods in order to have good things happen to you, but you pray to bad ones in order to make sure that those things don't happen to you. Which has earned the Pantheon a bit of enmity among a lot of locals for that very reason. But hey, Oleander's sermon, the bits that you get as you go past appear to be about glory and creating one's own name through one's own great works, rather than relying on the will and I guess, direction of the actual gods themselves.
I can kind of understand that.
Yeah. It's probably close to 7 by the time you get to the drop. On the University of Lunabrook's campus, you hear a clock chime out 7 o'clock, and then bells ring. Ahead, you see people kind of congregating in around the wolves. There does not appear to be any kind of like performance going on at Arena Ludendorff. Like, you can't hear any noise. I'm not entirely certain if you've gone past while there was an actual event going on since you got here. But
I don't think so.
We don't typically go to the northeast part of the city.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's where the money is. Or where you go to get beat up by the fucking guards.
Yep.
Oh. So we did go up there one time.
Yes,
I think that's
one time.
that was the Northlight Citadel where Gurgamesh got his ass kicked, I think.
Yeah, it is.
It was, yeah.
Good times.
Good times.
That didn't have any consequences.
No, not at
No,
all.
none whatsoever.
You get into the drop. It is actually somehow less busy today. It's still pretty busy, but you're able to get better seats if you want them. Food and drink runs you about the same as it always does, and the performances in here, at least those leading up to like later in the evening, seem to be actually on the better side. There is a guy who does poetry near the like kind of closer to the rear end of the night, who is actually shockingly decent.
Great. I'd like to go up and listen to the poetry.
All right. I'm not reciting anything for you.
All right.
Yeah.
Damn, I was about to do a funny gimmick.
Is it slam poetry?
No. I asked Gray to do the poetry, and then I picked up my phone and was having it on camera.
Yeah, no. It's being recorded right now.
I don't
It's
know
a
if you
good
have
point.
I don't know if you have the cameras open, all of you. I don't all the time.
I mean, I have a second monitor.
That's
That's
pretty
why
long.
I'm always looking over here whenever I'm talking to you guys.
Look,
Because this is
yeah.
where your faces are for me.
I only have 2 monitors, one for gooning, one for Foundry. I can't have the cameras up at the same time.
Just get a
Well,
third
just get a-
monitor.
Yeah, just get a third monitor.
I
That's easy.
can't afford it.
There's a
Not
free
after
one
the
in the
medical
fucking
bills.
dining room that you refuse to take downstairs, so...
I got this monitor in exchange for a sandwich. It's not a joke.
Honestly.
Yeah. There are a couple of really bad ones, though, like, performance-wise. There's somebody who does, like, some actual, like, trying to go for comedy, which just does not land. It does not land.
Give
In
some
fact, it's
examples.
hilarious, not for the reason that the person wants it to be.
I try to stifle my laughter as I try to pay attention to my book.
Did I send? Sorry. Did I send the video of the I know people who died at that shit guy?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
I
I
mean,
I feel like I probably did at some point, but
I know very well the man to whom you refer.
The man behind the slaughter.
maybe I didn't.
And she mentioned the man behind the slaughter.
The last performance, I guess, I don't know, you guys just, like, not really talking much, just kind of chilling, getting drunk, eating, taking in the atmosphere.
Yeah, my usual day.
What's the main event?
To the shock of probably no one here, actually, it's the same catwalk that goes up. However, this is interesting. You actually see, as he's preparing to go up, he actually speaks with Stauffer, who you watch as a guard comes in and goes over to her, and they seem to be talking. You actually see kind of like a very annoyed face. Like her expression goes from like, I'm actually here to perform, to, and I'm back at work. And you just see a nod. The two of them talk with one another. He kind of gives like a what the fuck, and she just, and then starts making her way out. And he turns around to talk with the band about, like, obviously hurried because she is leaving to do something else.
I'm something else.
Got him.
His performance is still decent. It is much, he doesn't really do a lot of singing. I think he only does like one song where there's any amount of singing. But the rest of it is kind of jazz. It's like small group jazz. Very quick, very up-tempo, very loud. A decent amount of like illusion performers, but primarily it falls into that category. There's some like amount of actual like dance that happens among some people, but otherwise it's people don't know how to react to a lot of certain things, I suppose, especially with how quick, how loud, how brassy it is, and that goes on for a bit. Caroline never returns, like, for the duration of the performance, so yeah.
I take note of it, but I care too much about my book right now.
I think she's getting cold off about that pile of corpses back in Bridgefront.
Quite possibly.
Probably should have told someone about that.
Well, we're not deputized anymore, so I couldn't give 2 fucks.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know how many people I want to know that we were there at a certain time.
That too.
We'll let the you want to take care of things.
Throughout the evening, there are a couple of fistfights that happen. They're upper-class fistfights, so they're not nearly as fun as the, barroom brawls down on the lower side of the city, but it's still funny watching a bunch of college students swing at each other who have absolutely no experience doing that.
Like a vaguely
Yeah.
wet, like glove just being thrown at somebody.
They're not rich. They're, douchebag
Sven
rich.
points, says, "Look, it's swingers.
That's not what that. Never mind.
They're swinging at each other. Yes."
They are.
And I know you're making a joke, but really, you should know what that term means.
A joke? Wait, hold on. What do you mean I should know what that means? Actually, no, that's fair.
Yeah,
So you do know what it means? I look up from my book.
Yes, I was
Right.
making a bad joke.
and they've got the
Pretty good.
the chandeliers. He usually can be found swinging.
Oh, that's oh. So I thought that bard only came to my city.
He's made a round trip, I would say.
These jokes are too meta. We're getting off topic.
Right.
Uh,
And maybe one of them will de-brain the other or something.
Quite possibly.
We can only be so fortunate. And they might be a little bit smarter.
How out of hand do these guys get, or do they just kind of like slap fight each other for a couple minutes and then walk off?
it's a bit of a slugging match for a bit until the bartender goes around the bar and seizes somebody and start being dragged towards the door to be thrown out. There are some other patrons, or maybe they aren't actually patrons, who also intercede to grab at people. You think perhaps maybe the fights go on out in the street, but once they're outside, the staff does not seem to give too much of a shit. No weapons are drawn. Nobody pulls a knife or a sword or anything like that. So.
Okay. All right.
Man, you know what's a totally fucked thing to do? If you command somebody to stab someone else, just in the middle of public, and then that person goes to jail for life, and they're like, "But I did it, but I was just evil shit." Man, I should do that for an evil campaign.
I mean, there's multiple reasons why that wouldn't work. But,
Nah, I would.
I thought they would.
well, when you put it like that,
Who's gonna use silent spell? And wait, hold on.
Convinced me.
That won't work.
Yes, because you're...
if you use silent and still spell, the person would still know that they were charmed, and there are
the
magical
courts
effects
won't.
in place.
The courts
Yes,
won't.
they will, because people can. You would basically have to have 6 levels of magic to both obfuscate this person's memory so that they forgot that they were charmed, and completely remove all indication that magic was ever used on them, and then basically just not be in the area, because all of the courts have truth tellers or truth zones that would be very easily to be found out.
Not for peasants, though.
So you're saying there's a chance?
True.
Yeah, it's the same
My
way that
next
you can
evil
turn a
character is gonna be Gaslight Supreme.
yeah, it's the same way that you can turn a level 7 fighter into a full caster through technicalities.
Awful. Awful thoughts from my players.
You can't spell.
Yes.
You can't spell gate crashers without awful.
Yeah, that is actually a thing, though.
What, arguing to make a fighter into a caster through technicalities?
Yes, so I'll try to make this quick because it's too distracting. Effectively, you can take there's the brawler martial, whatever thing that lets you take feats temporarily. You can use that to take a feat that gives you a weapon training feat that lets you use your weapon as any sort of item mastery feat, and there are item mastery feats that let you cast spells. So essentially, you're using your brawler ability to get a feat, to get spells. And it's technically legal, but it's also really stupid.
And no GM in their right fucking mind would be like, yeah, no, that's fine.
It's really not that crazy. There's a limited list of spells, and they're based off your constitution. It's literally based off of your fort save, what you're able to cast. So it's not completely unbalanced. It's just really stupid. It also kind of relies on combat stamina rules. For a whole nother wheelbarrow. Anyway.
He finishes up the night. I don't know how drunk you guys get, those of you who aren't actually reading. He speaks before the last song about how where he's from, that prey musicians mostly stole from his culture, but that he still respects certain ones of them, before finishing with a song that's about sort of how living as an average person kind of sucks. Like how you get to a certain age as an adult and you end up doing a lot of the same shit day in and day out, having sold all your dreams, and, you know, even the amount of hope that you had in finding love was sort of sold away too for the desire to make more money and live comfortably.
My
Good
favorite.
thing this place sells alcohol.
Yep. Where all your dreams and all your hopes and dreams begin and end there with a prayer.
That is very sad, come to think of it.
Isn't life just a bottle of sadness?
Oh, it's basically just nothing but depressing shit. Non-stop.
Yeah.
And, well, once he's done, he's done. The bar will probably stay open for like another 2 hours or so, but he goes to the bar, starts schmoozing, and that's about it, really. No one... You notice that no one follows him. Both nights that you've seen him play, no one follows.
Damn.
Yeah.
Now we're having a lot of luck.
No, as in, like, no performances will follow him once he's done. No,
Oh,
remember,
okay.
he got, he went home with a girl the previous night, because you went after and saw that he was successful.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Alright. So, Daxius, you definitely get around, like, 5 hours of reading so far by the time he finishes with his set. Give me a Knowledge Arcana, and we'll determine
Absolutely.
what comes after that.
Can I give him a guidance?
Ooh,
Yeah.
awesome. That
It's
is
a +1.
+1. Yeah, no.
Not super successful. It's you opened up this one, and despite the book being in like pristine, reasonably condition, the material in here is significantly harder. Like, it is very obviously meant for an upperclassman in like an actual university. Not only does it assume that you know everything that was taught in the first book, but it assumes that you have a rather good grasp of basic and intermediate arcane theory. Which, if you don't, is a little difficult to put together.
Yeah, I'm struggling a bit.
Yeah. It's not
I
a
just
total
suffer
loss.
silently with it.
Yeah, it's not a total loss. Like, you think you get to, like, some pieces, but you get to, like, certain areas where you're, like, reading the same shit over and over and over again.
Like, how the fuck do they expect me to know this? They're just using terms I've never even heard of before.
Let me see.
What?
They quit moving it around.
Can
I
you
think
make heads or
moving-
tails
Oh.
of any of this?
Well, don't books usually only have 2 pages open at once? Why am I seeing 3? Oh.
Yeah, I'll let you figure that one out for
Alright.
yourself.
Now, it's been a minute since I had so much to drink
Wow,
in my
yeah.
system.
The one night I'm not hammered, you get hammered.
Yes. It's almost like I had nothing better to do.
Fair enough.
I tried to watch the show, but still wasn't very good after however many this has been.
I look at his, like, multiple mugs across the table. That's a lot for me, holy shit.
7? Let me count again.
Do I need to go get a carriage?
I can
He'll be fine.
probably walk home. I know. It would probably be bad if I said that oh, I almost said it. That would have been kind of funny. I could walk home in the rain cloud ring.
Isn't there something about not drinking and flying? that I keep
It's not
hearing was
flying, it's walking on water droplets. It's totally different.
That's
I
wondering
said
something about that. If you were to fall over while you were water walking like that, would you just be hanging by your shoes?
Possibly. I
It
suppose I'd have
sounds-
to find out.
I think this is the perfect chance to find out. Is it
I
raining?
don't think it is.
Even spitting a little bit?
You know, somebody roll me a D20, and if it is a 14 or above,
Who's got this?
I'll go for it.
Alright.
uh,
All right,
No,
never
too
mind.
late.
it's a humid day. However, it does not appear to be threatening to rain.
That's rather unfortunate.
That's why I have the salt spray ring.
Yeah.
Yes, I was wondering. I can see the picture in my head of a upside down phoenix with just your head poking out the bottom of a cloud of mist.
Oh, don't worry. It's entirely liable to happen.
Hopefully, you don't pick up speed in that state. Anyway,
Well, I hope not. Never really flown myself.
Now it's as good a chance as any. Next time.
now is not a good chance.
Yeah.
It's very late, and he's intoxicated.
That's the
Don't be
best
such
chance in my mind.
spoil sport. I mean, how hard can it be? I start to make my way outside.
Yes.
I'm
I condone this behavior.
gonna pull the ring of feather falling out of the bag. Maybe just put this on for a moment.
Oh, but I don't want my ring of deflection to go off.
Well, you won't. Up to you.
Oh. Well,
I would.
hold on. I'll just try it out with like 5 feet of distance. Just
It's not fun if
Hunched
it's not
over.
like at least 15.
Pick up Phoenix,
Staring at
Warp
the
Toss
ring.
him.
Revenge. Goop.
Phoenix dies.
Water starts spraying out in every direction.
In his last
Yeah,
moments,
yes.
he casts one more create water on a homeless person.
Add that to the list of people we drowned today.
And then we'll just be. Well, I'll be cloud walking on that.
Oh, we're all going.
No, I
God,
think I'll-
you.
There's the person who wears the ring.
Well, yeah, I have
Slippers.
to. Yeah, I have to be wearing my shoes, so. I don't think so.
If I wear one shoe,
You actually have to have
I don't
both.
think it
You have to have
magic
both.
functions with only one. Unless
Like spectacles, you can't wear just one. You have to have both, or else it doesn't work.
that's
What
what
if you were-
probably have to. Hmm?
What about like those potato sack races where they tie their legs together?
Yes.
Anyway,
It would be
That's
truly
I'm
intimidating
down
to face a warrior with a potato sack.
for that.
I was gonna say if one
You know,
person had
that's a true
the
fighter.
one shoe, one person had the other shoe, but their middle leg was tied together, then it would be like the same person. Never mind.
Sorry, their middle leg.
Balance.
The middle legs are the legs that are between the two people.
Yes, I know what you meant.
You mean
Because
a
it's
three-legged
tied up.
race, not a potato sack race.
Yeah, that's what I meant. But I said potato sack race instead.
Actually, I'm gonna walk out into the air a little bit before I realize something. I'm like, how long would it take to... Oh, well, I'm only a little bit above the ground anyway. I'll just kind of balance out how I've got to do this and then just, like, sit down cross-legged in the air, and I'll prepare airwalk, which is what I'm doing anyway, but with limitations with the item.
People walking
As
by
opposed to
watch
just-
you do this, and you get people like clapping. You get a couple of copper thrown at you. Doing it. Probably like some drunkers coming out of the drop.
I'm trying
I
to
think-
meditate.
I think that drunk needs the copper more. than
Barely
we
even
do.
aware.
You just get beamed in the side of the head with a coin.
The fuck did they scream? And hey, Malkovich, catch this, and nails him in the head with a bottle. And being John Malkovich.
You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
Because that wasn't supposed to happen. It was one of the crew that drove by and hit him with it, and he goes, fuck! And they left that in the movie.
I don't remember.
Yeah, shit.
Beautiful.
It was a real bottle that hit him in the head.
Yeah, that probably fucking hurt.
It didn't break. The bottle didn't break.
Hey.
That's... Yeah. Yeah, it takes a lot to break one of those sometimes.
So you're gonna go for it? You're gonna try to use the slippers to walk?
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna try to see if I can sit down for long enough to prepare the longer airwalk spell.
Okay. You died for a second.
Yeah, I can hear it struggling. I'm trying to look up how long it would take to prepare that, because it's an open spell slot for me.
In 10 minutes.
Something like that. I thought you might need like a feat for it or something.
No, if you just don't prepare spells, you can just sit down and spend even more than an hour a day, and then prepare them later.
Yeah.
But it takes like some fraction. So, regardless, I'm going to try it because, not thinking in the right headspace will, make you go, didn't these not last long enough? Oh, it's fine.
Yeah, totally.
I could probably prepare it quickly enough,
So who all is going outside to watch this?
Oh, me.
Oh, me.
Vic is one of the only other ones with healing, so just kind of
Like
in
that
preparation.
first session of the day, it takes at least 15 minutes.
Yep.
Ooh.
I spend that 15 minutes reading while I wait in suspense.
Oh, Dax.
So is it just a,
So after
Yeah.
9 minutes, I fall on my ass.
Do you make another, or do you make another pass at the catfolk? You also do remember that he actually has the same book that you do. That was one of the two books that he had in his possession.
Yes. Do I? That's a good question. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I'm
Alright,
trying to. Sorry?
Alright, well, you'll have time.
Fair.
Vernix, I guess you spend the 15 minutes sitting in the air preparing this spell. Some people
That's
are like
right.
standing there waiting to see what happens, and like some people just get bored and walk off.
Let's see. I guess it just cares about the number of spell slots, so no, I'll slap something else in there. That sounds good. Ferment, obviously. We have alcohol on the mind, so
Mm-hmm.
yeah, those two. All right. And yeah, just after sitting on my ass for another 6 minutes, I'm gonna stand up and immediately cast Airwalk on myself.
Fuck.
All right.
And then turn off the ring while I'm still completely just soaked. See, that wasn't quite what I expected.
Holy shit.
But I'm there for nonetheless.
Is this the first time we're seeing this?
Second, I believe.
Second. Okay. I was trying to.
Because he used it in the well.
That's right. Yes. Yes.
You might have demonstrated it
Well,
once before.
Yeah.
Kind of difficult to see inside of the mist cloud.
Are you sure you can't take someone up there with you?
I can physically carry one of you. And by that I mean attempt to.
Yeah, as you said that, I was thinking about it.
If you get in the bag of holding, I could probably manage that.
A little too cramped for my style.
A little too cramped
Maybe-
for my style.
Okay,
Get back to me
Bruce.
when you're sober. I would love to go for a flight over the city.
Get back to me
I'm
when you're
sober
cool.
enough. What am I, operating some sort of vehicle? Standing on my own 2 damn feet. Just a couple inches off the ground. It's not like I could really manage it anyway. I thought we might have to do the ritual today, and so I prepared something keeping that in mind, but really just not a terribly useful option. Although he reaches into his pouch and pulls out a whole femur, just like a bone. And did have to carry this shit around. It's
Jesus.
really heavy. Yes.
Why?
Other than make a wall of skeletons.
That's a good reason why. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't care what kind of chaos shit it is. It's a wall of fucking skeletons. Good luck dealing with that.
So how far and how high are you going to go?
It lasts for like an hour or something, so I'll just meet you back at Bannerhome, I guess.
I want to
walking-
watch the show.
I just
So-
go walking off over the buildings.
Okay, so drunk Fernix is stumbling around in the air
hmm
Yep.
in the middle of the night.
Yeah, some people, like some drunkards, are like clapping, and like you get some money, like some more money thrown at those of you on the ground, because the people seem to realize that the 4 of you are together, so they're throwing some money like at you. It's because most of them are pretty fucking drunk. You do see the catfolk
Exactly,
leave
thank
and
you.
goes southwest alone. Meanwhile, Phoenix goes up and over the fucking roof and
Disappears.
disappears.
Actually, if the catfolk's going off alone, I might try and follow him.
You see Sven slowly sinking into the stone ground and disappears.
Bye, Brian. So the two of you who aren't going that way, are you following Phoenix?
I mean, if we can keep any amount of visual on Phoenix, Vic would follow him to the best of his abilities, but he doesn't have dark vision, and it's midnight. And he's also pretty high up in the air, if I had to guess.
At least 40 feet.
Yeah, I'm not getting like super high up there, but high enough that I'm not like directly over the tops of some buildings.
Alright, following to the best of my ability.
Alright.
I'll probably just take all the coins that the drunk people are throwing at us and drop it onto the first homeless person I see.
Alright. I think all in all that night you spend maybe 4 silver on booze and food and stuff like that. And then yeah, you begin. Well, I mean, he's being surrounded by a giant cloud, I believe, of like mist and shit.
Oh no, I turned that off.
Oh, okay, so he's just walking through the air in dark clothes at night.
Well, no, I'm not like that dark clothes. I have like a red coat and a cloak and everything.
Oh, then two of you give me a perception.
My skull cap is actually white, so have some parts that would stand out and some that wouldn't.
Okay.
Yep, against your black scales.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give myself one of these as well.
Alright.
Find the buff. Okay. Just keeping an eye on him.
Yeah, with that bonus, I think you're able to keep watch as he like stumbles to and fro. I 100% should make you make it like a dex check to keep airborne.
Well, sure, but the thing is, airwalk works a little bit differently than fly. So basically, the only thing that can happen is the wind can move me, or the spell is done, and that's the only two ways I'm moving.
Okay.
Unless it rule it otherwise, because it's I can tread on air as if walking on solid ground. So I could trip and fall on the air and hurt myself.
That would be
I don't
really
think you
fun.
would
But I'd
trip
still
on
be-
the air.
Yeah, I would. It's basically like do you remember the water walking spell in Morrowind, and what that would do if you cast it inside of water?
Nope.
It would instantly give you, because it turned the water into solid ground, and kind of you is colliding with apparently a lot of shit that the game was just like no, and so it would kill you. But if you say try to use water walking to like stop yourself from falling off of like the scrolls of Icarian Flight or something like that, because it made the water solid, you would hit a solid object and then it would be like you hit the ground. Whereas if you just fell into water, that was one of the few ways to not die from using those.
Jesus.
But yeah, so I'm like I don't know exactly how it works, but I figure it probably would still face plant me into just the air, and it would probably hurt.
Probably
the spell's
puke,
just
but
like,
your
no.
puke like falls down because that isn't solid to it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's raining.
Do you spend like it's actually not super duper far, like to Banner Home from here, at least like as the crow flies, and like it takes him a while to get there, and you actually watch him like meander kind of this way, and then like course correct a little while later.
More like yeah, I'll tell Etor to open the window once we get close enough.
Yeah, you're
just
able
gonna
to get
walk
there
right into the
about,
room.
let's say like 30 minutes later. Like this is like a 5-minute walk, and it takes you a half an hour to get there. Those of you who are on the ground, once you see him, you can follow him. He is not moving quickly. It's like watching an old man cross a busy street.
Yeah.
Current signal still
Keeps-
on.
Keep stopping and looking at things.
Yeah, like a couple of guards kind of like look at this, like look at you, and then just like don't even engage, like just keep walking.
Fair.
Yeah. Some people like stop to like look up, and the thing is like there's no like obvious idea as to what the fuck's going on, so most people just keep moving. Like a couple of people are like, "What the fuck?" Like,
Just not gonna respond to any of that unless they basically stop me.
no.
Hmm.
Most people are no, yeah, no. But
Well,
finally, you
that's-
get there. Etor opens a window for you, and you basically like almost like fall down and like have to climb in through the window.
Simply deactivating a Z-level tracking. Hmm? Oh, yes. Right, I can fly now, too. Of course you didn't know that. I didn't tell you.
Ay, ay.
I mean, give me... Where's my spare set of clothes? These ones are soaked still.
You go into a hallway upstairs, like the window goes into just a hallway. Thankfully, that and not not into someone's room.
Didn't even think about that possibility.
Oh, good. Yeah,
Well,
I'll go to our room and get changed.
Okay.
At least he made it back safely.
So when you go to your room, you actually find a letter has been shoved under your door.
Oh.
I will share that with you.
Who? Me?
To Fernix.
Okay. Oh.
I'm gonna move it
Got
under letters.
I probably linger a little bit more in my room then.
And Vic, you find a technically it qualifies as a letter that has been like slid under your doorway. However, like you kind of flip it over and see that it is a very fancy invite to the Lutendorfs for dinner. Technically today, August 34th at 6 in the evening.
Oh,
It is an extension to you and the rest of the party.
did we miss that then?
No, because it's after midnight.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah, technically today, because it is after midnight.
Alright. I'll just make a note of that and let everybody know in the morning.
All right. And Daxius, you follow after him. What is your plan of plan of operation at this point?
Mostly just stealth from behind, and I'm kind of just curious to where he lives.
Okay, give me
Just for the night.
Yeah, give me a stealth.
He might be able to get above that with a natural 20. I mean, I don't know his stats, I'm kind of guessing.
He doesn't seem to notice you. He walks not hurriedly, but definitely like with purpose. He has one of the books open, the thinner one, that he kind of peruses through. You follow him down past the Great Pantheon and into the kind of hilly portion of the Hallowed Vale to one of the relatively mid-sized homes. Technically, it's south of Ferris Furrier's, between that and the Madianan Keep. So this portion of the city is like, it's pretty narrow. There's a lot of like stairways that are very steep because they go up like hills, meeting where other narrower streets cross, and then again, just kind of moving around. He ends up going to a home in there. I wouldn't say that it's like well off, but it's definitely not like a shanty or anything like that. You're thinking this like qualifies as like middle class.
Okay. So I know where that fucking rat bastard lives now.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking one who got the cult. Or allegedly did. So with that, I think yeah, it's midnight. That's all Daxus wants to do.
Okay. All right. Then I guess you can head back.
Yeah.
All right. And I guess I'm assuming that everyone is heading to bed.
Hmm.
Will I make this end the stream joke a second time?
We will be taking our like 15-minute. Since this is a pretty good like stopping point for like a quote unquote longer break.
Sure.
See, you could make it. It would kind of work.
Good night, everyone, for 15 minutes.
All right, we'll be back in about 15 to continue with what happens the following day. See you in about 15.
See you in a bit.
Goodbye.
Okay. What?
And we're back. We're just talking about cats and how annoying that they can be when they're trying to eat your food out from under you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I know he thinks he wants pet. I know.
They do what they want.
Is it the day ending in Y? Yes.
Give them hot sauce and they'll never want anything that you give them again.
Oh, you'd think that.
There's nothing here but pain. Yes, we want more of that. What the fuck? Alright,
That's some white people with spicy food.
Gross, buddy.
That's me with spicy food. Wow, that hurts. Give me more.
What is the order? I figure most people are going to sleep at least around 8 hours. So what's the order that people are getting up?
Vic's probably first, like usual, because he's one of the few who isn't hungover. Like usual.
I would like to finish casting Call Lightning.
Only 3d6.
No. I've mastered the art of channeling it. I fell asleep and it was still being held on.
Lugo's used to it by now.
Just hold. That for 12 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Now you're just getting tossed down.
I figure Fernix is probably up not long after you are, Vic, because of, his preparations as well.
Etor goes downstairs and asks if he can have a burner to practice cooking.
Oh no.
Etor's just in the corner rolling a fat joint.
If you're gonna ask for that from the bartender, I'm gonna
Yeah.
have Etor or you make a bluff check.
I mean, it's about the same either way. What would my bluff be? Probably better at 2. Yeah, all right.
Wow. I think that the fucking Gore, the Minotaur, just kind of leans over, looks to Etor sitting on his chair, just stands back up, gives a bit of a huff, and's if this building catches on fire, I will tear you in half with my fists.
It's not. No.
He then turns around and goes for the rightful equipment.
All right. Make home fries. Except, as a being which, to my knowledge, has no ability to taste or smell anything. Let's see how it turns out.
This will be interesting.
Just a D20.
Yeah, Etor has ranks in profession cooking for some reason. He should.
Or would that be craft food or something like that? So either you or Etor give me just a flat D20. Oh, his internet died.
No.
I'll do it for him. Let's see, 1d20. Alright.
Alright.
No, it was a 1d1. I was
Yeah.
fucking with you.
Oh.
That would have been fun.
What if the cats chew through the internet cable?
Again. Again, literally again. That's something that they've done before. So how's everybody's week going?
It's been alright, actually. I've been sick for most of it. I've been tired for most of it. I've been sick and tired for most of it. I'm ready to snap.
I have half of that. I've just been tired.
And half a snap?
Yep. Halfway to snapping.
Okay. Not looking forward to work. Well, I mean, honestly, it's free money tonight. So I don't want to say that I'm not looking forward to it, because I'm going to be sitting around and getting paid like $3.
Well, I guess we're gonna go to break again until he comes back. So, I'll see you then, I guess.
See?
And we're back. Mostly, we had remember how I said about the tech issues? Well, this time it was a cat tech issue. See, the cat got onto the computer and turned it off.
I
Yes.
love that.
It wasn't this one. But just as a case in point. It do weigh enough to press the button, apparently.
That cat looks so happy to be there.
Nice.
Oh my gosh.
Jesus,
Um,
sweetie.
I don't know. Somebody roll a d20. It doesn't have to be necessarily him, but probably not Barry.
Sure, I'll do it.
Oh, I can get it now.
That's my dog's
Okay.
screaming in the
Final.
background. Yep. there you
Hey,
All right, it actually comes out pretty decent. Like, not. I'm not gonna say it was like gourmet or some shit, but like you're like, there's no fucking way he's gonna make this correctly, and it's like, oh wow, this is actually kind of palatable.
You take those.
he concludes, cooking isn't that hard. These people are overpaid back here. And takes a plate of home fries and goes to sit down at the usual table before anyone else could possibly be awake.
Oh yeah, there's no way I'm awake.
Nope, just you and Vic. Sven, who knows? He might have been up. Hard to tell when he isn't here, but fucking just staring at Vic with that face. That Tor's sitting there staring with that face.
go. Yeah, he's just trying not to make eye contact.
Gesturing at the plate of hopefully still steaming home fries, but again, literally has no concept of eating. So why would hot food and cold food taste different? That's kind of a leap of logic. So I have no idea how hot those actually are.
I'm so sorry.
So,
Yeah, but Vic will try something eventually.
Sven, try
very
some. What are we trying?
I told made some
Home fries.
fries.
and they actually came out pretty okay. Like, suspiciously okay.
We all have bowel pain later. We'll know what the cause was.
Ruh-roh.
My special ingredient, rocks.
He likes it for the texture. Oh my
Kiri said he
God.
always loved to eat rocks.
Shit. Barry, when is Sven up? And what is Sven doing?
He only sleeps for 2 hours, so probably way before everyone else. So
So
I
what
could
is
go
he
hunting
doing?
again.
Alright, when do you plan on being back?
When I get something I can bring back.
Give me a survival check.
Not you.
Yeah.
Huzzah.
It either comes, you manage to bag something either very quickly or bag something larger with a larger, longer amount of time.
We'll do larger.
Alright. I'm gonna say that you managed to take down a sizable elk. It takes you a while to drag it back because it's big.
Hold on. I
guess Sasha can
do
help.
not have Antal. Never mind. I have bull strength.
Well, Sasha can help, kind of.
You can.
Sasha can help.
Eventually, you'll come across like some farmer taking produce into the city, and maybe they'll help you get in. Either way, you probably don't get into the back into Bannerhome until probably around 8:30. Which probably by this point, everybody except maybe Daxius is awake.
Yeah, it's usually how it is.
So, what does, I guess, breakfast look like? Or is there any conversation about what happened the previous night or day? Alright. So,
Well,
Hey guys, what's up? How
good
are you
players,
doing?
everybody. At about
I am
8:30.
doing good. How are you doing today?
Anyone else still smell the blood?
Actually, I smell toast.
that
My arm
might not be
hurts.
good either.
So you get back at about 8:15, 8:30, or in the 8:15, 8:30 in the morning. You're able to get yourself something small to eat if you haven't eaten yet today, unless you want to eat it while you're out in the city. But either way, like, you're able to get a little bit of time catching up before you actually see a guard come in. Walks over to the bar, speaks with the Minotaur Gore, the bartender, who just kind of very visibly points towards all of you. The guard then turns, comes over, and just says, "Oh, just delivering this." And he hands over a piece of paper and says, "think she's waiting down there by, what's the bookshop called? I don't know. One of them down there in a shitty hole we've all been tramping around in, eh?"
Oh, yeah.
"Oh, the way. The winding way, yeah. She says, it's important, like. Figuring that you can, find your way there?"
We'll manage.
"Very good." And he just turns and starts leaving.
Yeah. Speaking of mail, we all have an invitation tonight.
Right
this
there at
evening.
this point, I'm probably making my way down the stairs.
Yeah, good. Daxius. We've got business for this morning. But,
Coffee first.
all right.
What was the
Good.
occasion?
It's a dinner invitation at the Ludendorff Palace, I believe.
I should definitely go to that.
Yes. Pepsi's got something for us.
I hope so.
I'll open the letter from the guard and see what's from and, the gist of it.
It reads, "I have 5 dead booksellers on my hands. Could you possibly tell me why? Captain Stauffer." And then it tells you where to meet her. And there's a PS under it saying, "I'm almost guaranteeing Gerard did not tell you how to actually find me. So here's the directions."
We should absolutely. So she asks why, and we should tell her, like, oh, probably because there's no blood in them anymore. Just avoid the actual question.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Vic just kind of... Well... That'll be a conversation. Apparently more booksellers are dead, which is... nice.
Well,
Great.
okay, maybe they weren't as far behind as I anticipated.
Yes.
So
That's,
that means that well, I was wondering if maybe if you all wouldn't mind, I could get the meat platter with all the fancy stuff if we eat quickly, I guess.
You may want to eat as we walk. But, Joe, let's get breakfast taken care of and then on to the fun part of the day.
Coffee.
Alright. You're able to get
Actually,
something served up to you in about 20 minutes.
Lexius, do you just not sleep well?
Right.
I mean, you're not hungover.
Get that wrapped in a paper.
Did you forget that you're not
I'm-
hungover?
No, but I
it
still
some
have
sort
a
of-
headache.
That might be the withdrawals. You probably should temper some drinking a bit more. Are your hands shaky and hard to
Look
focus?
down and they are actually actively like shaking. He grabs his hand and puts it down. No, I'm fine.
In any case, maybe I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
I'll be all right. We got dead people to worry about. you know.
There's something pulls on your tail.
Don't do that. I assume it's Etor.
He's got a fistful of something.
I'm very scared as to what that is. I'm gonna tentatively hold a hand out.
He reaches up and grabs your wrist and lowers it down to his level. Yeah, this will make you feel better. Boop. Just puts a handful of home fries into your hand.
You're my favorite out of the entire group. I hope you know that.
Ben perks up, notices he needs to do better on Daxius's Craigslist friends list. What was it? No, it wasn't Chris. What was the one before Facebook? Am I drawing a blank? MySpace.
MySpace. Yeah.
Oh,
Or AOL Messenger.
Yeah, only level 2
Copy
friendship
server.
with Daxius.
That's crazy that people actually did that.
life journal.
Yeah.
Friend tier list. I should do that in a status just as a joke.
So Etor just hands him a greasy handful of fried potatoes.
Yes,
Yeah.
Etor knows me well.
All right.
Did you just get these from the chef, or what?
Oh, I made him.
You made. I turned to friends.
Yeah.
Can he even taste?
No. You can't smell anything, can you? Well, why would I be able to do that?
Are you mocking
Well,
me?
No, what? What do you mean? Am I
Narrows
interpolating you?
eyes.
hey, I'm talking here.
You, think that there's something about my demeanor that's, demeaning to you?
Narrows eyes. Look, there's only room for one thick accent around here.
I don't know.
It's,
If he keeps bringing me these homemade fries, I think you might get the boot.
it's just kind of the way that I talk.
I couldn't have asked for anything better.
I have
Sven,
no idea why he's like this.
I didn't realize he
Paid
could
the man
talk.
the gold. No, he couldn't until... Well, he was able to talk yesterday.
That's not
I-
fair, then.
I
Yeah.
heard about it.
Wanted to make a big deal about it.
You mentioned it, but I'm now very happy to have seen it in person. This is... Alright, yeah, I'm awake now. This was the coffee I needed.
Good.
These are actually good.
If you want
I-
actual coffee, it's over there.
I would also love an actual coffee, please.
Alright.
It's good.
Suppose we end
Here,
up,
would you like some more? I can put it in your pocket for you
yes,
if you'd like.
please.
There you go.
Ah, yes,
Eat.
on the go.
directly in his pocket.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you want some
It's
milk
not
and sugar?
just
Sorry, it's not in
greasy.
packets.
Just like first degree burns all down his leg.
This is fine. I
We
got
should-
food on the go. Fine, I'll deal with the pain.
We should probably
They weren't hot.
probably head out here shortly. I imagine that Stuff is not going to be happy.
Yeah, I guess we
Right.
gotta.
Yes. We can always blame it on him. It's your fault anyway. Guilty as charged.
horrifying.
Okay. Good. This is a very strange morning. That's
Isn't
enough.
every morning very strange for us? Or every day, or every moment?
Yeah,
You're not wrong.
kind of is.
So we head out.
We do indeed.
Good.
that.
We do indeed head out.
You guys make your way back through the city. I don't really got much to say. It's kind of a quiet Sunday morning. And as you get into the into Bridgefront, you very quickly learn that there is definitely a commotion going on as you get it down into the center of the neighborhood, as a group of people have surrounded what appears to be the front of the Winding Way bookshop at the corner of Arcona and Shale Street.
Ben frowns. He's like, why the fuck is there a crowd at a bookshop? Who cares about books?
Hey!
Oh, he doesn't say that. He thinks it.
I mean, Vic did tell them that a bunch of librarian or like bookshop owners were murdered last night.
There's that.
That's true.
It was
That might be a reason.
Wheelhouse.
I wonder if that's related.
I wonder. No, it was a different bookshop.
Oh, I'm sure.
As you get closer, you see that there are guards keeping like a perimeter around the front of the building. Give me a perception check.
All of us?
Yep. All those with eyes.
Fuck. Never mind.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, I think it's obvious to everybody there that there is a a sizable hole in the shingles above the street here where somebody has come crashing down through from one of the upper floors,
Nah.
right into the center of the area that the guards have cordoned off.
Well,
You also notice that there are people like trying to get like better looks at what's going on behind the guards cordon. Obviously, they're being like pushed back by guards with spears or axes. Conversation of just people being murdered and how it seems to be nothing seems to be getting any better, and just concern. It's just sort of a swirling concern.
probably wasn't in the dream world, at least.
It's kind of all mixing together at this point.
Best we head inside, I suppose.
Yeah. Go inside.
We
Yeah.
just
You are
Walk up.
recognized as you go up to the cordon, and the guards like push people aside in order to allow you to enter without letting other people in. Once you're past them, you see what appears to be a crumpled body right under that like hole in the shingles, probably a good maybe 5-6 feet away from the front of the building, like right in front of the entrance. You see Captain Stauffer kneeling beside it. The expression on her face is exhaustion. It is very obvious that she has probably been up for more than 24 hours.
But what about 36?
Initially,
Also possible.
you can definitely tell that the
I'd
body
like to-
is pallid. A lot of the color has been drained from it. They are human. They are male, probably around the age of 45, give or take. At least they were. Their body is pretty broken. Probably because, But there are a decent amount of cuts and gashes, slashes in his form. Not extreme, but they are visible. She sees that her her underlings have let somebody in, and tiredly stands up and says, "Welcome back."
yes,
Nice. Don't suppose it's been very long.
A whole 2 days, I'm thinking.
You know, I'd make the comment that it's felt like a lot longer, but actually, days have been going by pretty alright. Yes, I suppose it is 2 days.
Well, her gaze just kind of falls to the guy laying on the ground and says, "He is now the 5th I have had to investigate this morning. The only one who actually owns a sizable bookstore," and she just glances towards the front. You're able to see inside where other guards are, like, speaking with somebody standing within. A woman, probably around the age of 15 or 16, who just seems pretty much inconsolable. She, looks back to you and says, "No, I don't want to jump to any conclusions or anything, but I'm thinking there's a pattern."
He's looking for the book, I would imagine.
They meaning who, exactly?
Caligari. Did we
Alright.
explain this whole situation? It's a bit of a shit show.
Maybe not out in front of everybody else.
Right.
Do what you can if you want to look over this. We're going to cover it up and go inside, because the last thing I want to do, and the last thing Droon wants, is more panic. And she just kind of, like, does one of those, like, eyes, like, towards the crowd that are pushing and just trying to see what's going on. You can definitely tell that of the people who have died, this is probably one of the first who had any amount of, like, community standing.
Yes, let's not exacerbate the problem.
Can I make a guess as to how far you would have had to fall to get this mangled?
Yeah, can we use a heal check?
I have an idea as to what happened, but
I would say you can use a heal check to gather, like, information about the injuries. You can then extrapolate upon those using an intelligence check.
I'll assist Sven with that.
Okay.
I'm not much out of any help.
yeah.
So who's leading the check?
Sven, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Alright. So you get an extra help from Daxius, but nothing from Vic.
Oh, 10 passes? Alright.
Yeah, 10 just barely passes to assist. You're able to tell that, yeah, he is definitely, broken bones, injuries like that. However, where bones have been broken and his body has been battered, there aren't any, like, additional bruises or injuries, so most likely he was dead before he hit the ground. Splinters and pieces of wood stick out from portions of his body, specifically around the neck and the chest, bleeding somewhat but not profusely. The broken bones and the other lacerations are pretty consistent with a sizable fall. Looking up through the hole, you can definitely tell that he most likely took a swan dive from the 3rd floor. So 10, 20, 30 feet. Down, hitting the walkway and the shingles, breaking through, and then falling, 20 feet to the shingles, and then a further 10 feet to the ground. I guess kind of mix half and half, so 15 and 15, where he came to rest here on the ground. His skin is pallid, gray, much like a lot of the others who have died from shiver overdoses or others during their sleep.
This was a man with status. Why would he be in shiver?
With that heal check, with a 28, you're able to tell that there are other injuries on the body that are not consistent with the swan dive and the fall. Things that look like deep but not large gouges, as well as shallow but long cuts. not ragged, meaning that they were most likely done by a knife or another bladed weapon. There aren't too many of them, and some of the bodily injuries might cover up some of them. These, however, are pretty bloody. They happened while he was alive.
Ravasi's band.
They feel like we're just following behind them. We're just finding things rather than going after them. We're witnesses, but we just keep witnessing.
You think it's the same person that they used for last night? If it is a person.
If my first thoughts would be that they were killed in a not dissimilar way to the way that the Pravasi's band victims were. Something in the dream tore them apart, but it doesn't seem to be as damaged as that. Perhaps it was an actual person this time, and perhaps it was just a dream. If it
I
was
think
the dream,
they wanted to make it look like the dream. I don't think it was.
When was this body discovered?
This morning, maybe about 2 hours ago.
I just lean down and kind of like sniff the air next to the body. Does it smell like shiver?
I relay everything I learned to the party. I didn't know if I said that.
Which one of the things was not that he smelled like shiver, right?
Well, shiver doesn't necessarily have a smell to it.
Okay.
He, however, smells distinctly of ink, of parchment, of sweat, of kind of the general filth of the neighborhood. As somebody who isn't necessarily extremely poor, he is somewhat clean, so he has like a bit of a smell to him, like of soap, but it's pretty overpowered by other things that most likely were in his life, and thankfully it means that it isn't overpowered by just the general filth of the neighborhood.
Perhaps he is a scribe.
He owns the
No, really? The man who works at the bookstore
who
might
owns the bookstore?
scribe books.
It
Ugh.
does help to keep
Look,
track of
I
records.
forgot about that for a brief second, okay? I was like, ooh, but
Well,
smells like papers and ink.
to be
I'm probably a scribe, and I look.
Yeah, I wonder.
Don't at
fair-
me, bro.
I wonder if there's a library
That was
nearby.
Dax's time.
Some kind of bookstore, perhaps.
Sven looks over, sees that he's right outside a bookstore, is like, seems very likely, actually.
I wonder if this is the same place that we were told to go to in the letter.
Ooh, it's all lining up now.
Not everyone can read you.
I think I've solved the case.
Somebody died here last night.
Do we know
No,
the murder
wait.
weapon?
Later
No.
than that.
Wonder if anyone else has seen this.
She just like looks at us with zero expression or probably brain function at all because she's just
Look.
so out of it.
Just stares at the camera.
Sven goes
Just
up. Sven
blank.
goes up to her. Is like, that'll be 800 gold now. He's pretending to be a doctor.
For a modern day doctor, that's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sven, do you smell any other traces of someone other than this man on him?
Let's even smell with my smelling nose. Ooh.
You're able to get something almost like an acrid scent, almost like
I'm smelling an acrid scent, almost like
burnt or really poorly made incense.
or really poorly made incense.
You also get something along the lines of
It reminds me of the hookah bar.
something rather alien. Something disgusting, kind of an earthy scent, but has a similar, like, coppery, like, penny scent to it, like blood, but it doesn't really line. You smelled blood. You smelled a lot of fucking blood in your life.
And weird blood, not normal blood, a different kind. I've not smelled this kind before. I've smelled a lot of blood.
Maybe.
I have a theory. Sven, do you wanna come-
Perhaps he fought back against something that was summoned to take care of him. These people are known to deal with potentially strange beasts to us. Maybe he fought back, got some under his fingernails, and died.
Right.
Maybe, but
The-
summon creatures, when they dissipate, all the traces that of them also dissipate.
That can't be
Well-
true. Is that true? God, is that true?
No.
I ask God.
I'm sorry, say again?
If a summoned creature dissipates, does all traces of their existence during that time they were summoned disappear as well?
If I'm a druid and I cast summon cow, and then I cut a stake out of the cow, regardless of what happens to my alignment after this, and if I can do that again, does the stake remain? Do I have fresh steak whenever I want? Is this a reason that people become druids?
I'm gonna say no, that everything vanishes once it dies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Because something
Never
tells me there's
mind.
probably a reason why that's a rule, and it's probably specifically for that.
Yeah.
You know, get around the summoning genies to cast wishes thing. Just be like, hey, what is this armor made out of? Like demon skin? All right, well, fucking get in here, demon. Give me your skin.
Give me your
We're gonna start printing demon skin armor now. Yeah, for free, essentially.
You just got one of those fucking Minecraft mob traps. You just summon a demon and falls into a pit and you just stab at it in a circle until it dies.
Yeah.
Um,
There's always evil, horrible things you can do.
Okay, but
Oh,
tell
I'm
me
sure.
why that wouldn't work in Pathfinder.
Because it goes poof
yeah.
when
Yeah.
it's separated
Aside
from the thing.
from that,
So they can hit the ground
It's kind
and
of
leave
a
a
big
mark in
reason.
it, but you can't drown someone in the blood of a summoned thing because the blood goes away. I guess.
I'll have to look up the rules,
So-
but I'm gonna go with generally speaking that. Because there are
It would
probably
have had
some
to be.
problems if there isn't. I don't know.
It would have had to be physically present if it left blood behind. Assuming this isn't his that's been altered somehow.
We should probably head inside before discussing any further.
I thought we were inside.
What?
We were still looking at the body.
Oh.
Alright. I'm gonna take
You
tried the
before
body
we go-
inside.
Sven, actually, you mind
Yeah.
coming with me? I want to
Yeah.
go up to the roof and see if you might be able to sniff anything else out.
you turn over, Sven sniffing his feet. Puts it down. Yes.
You are a very particular entity.
I follow him to the roof.
I'm gonna give you the rope of climbing for this.
Okay.
Good. I mean, I have a +4. You know, I could have done it.
Well, it gives you extra.
It's a +10, right?
It is. Yeah, if it's lowers all DC climbing check by 10. Like I think
Good.
I have a +8 to my climb. So with the over climbing a +18. I think I can just climb it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine. You have time.
I'll roll fun anyway. Just be 1. Yeah.
So, as you guys go over, Captain Salford Stansman says, okay, I'm gonna cover him up. And she just kind of looks to the guard that's been standing next to her and gives him like a nod to throw a blanket over the figure. And then turns around and says, alright, show's over! He fell to his death! Everyone get the hell out of here! You hear, like,
Peasants
a lot of...
fall, everyone dies.
You hear, like, basically people calling out, like, saying that that's horse shit, and, you know, they can see the injuries, and she's just like, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. It does, like, as the guards kind of, like, push them away, like, a lot of the crowd does dissipate. And they back up to, like, a tighter formation around the front of the bookshop as you guys enter.
Guys, it's really rather simple. He just fell down the stairs, fell on 12 knives down the way, which disappeared, which is normal for knives, and then got shot twice in the back of the head. It happens.
His
Yeah.
his
It does
10
happen.
vials of Hydra Demon blood that he had on him broke when he fell.
So,
And that's why there's all that blood.
you guys head inside. You go into the Winding Way bookshop. I believe, Daxius, you were here before and you spoke with the man when he was still alive.
Yeah.
He was somebody that I think you bitched about because you asked questions and he kind of gave runaround answers that you didn't like.
Yeah.
Either way, you get into the shop and inside you can tell that the place was definitely turned over. Like, it's not a total, like, tear-down mess or anything, but there are definitely places that have been opened and things have been scattered out onto the floor. There are, aside from Captain Stauffer, 2 other guards in here speaking with the small girl who is absolutely inconsolable. Well, small girl. She's like 15 or 16. Inconsolable, bawling, like, standing behind the counter where you spoke with the man, I believe a few days ago. Captain Stauffer, once you're inside, goes and, like, gives a nod out the door to the guards and then closes the door and turns to all of you and says, the man's name was Diogorgio. That's his daughter, Abigail. This is his shop. Or at least it was.
Mamma mia, Di Giorgio, he's dead, my boy! Collapses onto his knees.
Well,
Sounds extremely dramatizing.
Do any of these names ring a bell?
I mean, they line up with the people who own the shop. I don't think you would really know them. Duke Orgio is just he owns a bookshop. So
Yeah.
it would be a name that if your character was here when you were being told that, you wouldn't recognize any of it.
all right. Well, the situation is complicated. Perhaps best to just do the short version for now. The cult wasn't just formed out of nowhere. It was formed out of around a man named Nahum Caligaro. There's a bit of a messy story around that, but he, in essence, transferred himself into the dream realm using a magical ritual, along with the book and some other
I know.
various.
I was there after the whole cleanup.
Right. But the next steps for us would be to try to locate this stuff. And it, at least from my impressions, seems that we are not the only ones looking for the book.
Okay.
We tried to meet up with some contacts yesterday who had also been killed. Not in a much more gruesome manner. I don't know if it's the same source, if Caligaro is the one orchestrating these deaths, but I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know what his goals are, and I don't think we have any means to know for sure, but in essence, we need to find that book. And the best leads were the people in Bridgefront who were selling these types of things.
So that explains why I have 5 dead booksellers on my hands. Seems like
It
somebody
looks
knows that somebody has something, but doesn't know exactly where it is.
Precisely.
Whatever killed those people before managed to kill 8 people inside of a minute, which is...
I wonder if it was here.
It's
don't know.
possible there may be more than one, but if there is just one, that's
Was there
not
anything
something I think...
stolen? Any break-in? Any? Perhaps there's a spot in the back where the particular books are kept, which was broken into?
Well, we've been trying to get that out of... And she just kind of gestures towards... That's Abigail, his daughter. She's old enough that she's part of actually running the business. However, she has been pretty much inconsolable since we arrived.
I'm assuming since Sven is talking that we didn't actually go to the roof, so I'm just going to be taking this time to, while they're talking, look over the room itself.
Yeah, I have no idea who Sven's talking to. You're up on the roof. Well, technically on the
Oh,
third
that's
floor.
true.
You and Daxius are up on the shingles, so
There's actually 2 Svens. I don't know if you knew this. One of them
He-
just has the weird ability to appear wherever he wants to.
So yeah, Daxius, Sven is up there like he just finished a climb. He's just talking like to no one, just fucking no one as he gets up and like climbs up onto the walkway.
I pay no mind to it because at this point I'm used to it.
Anyway,
Ben lost his mind after smelling feet.
It's like
relatable.
It's
Honestly.
like
Honestly, I can
God, no one
understand
watched this.
That might be the most
God,
relatable
no
thing you've
one
ever
watches
said.
this.
You thank fucking Christ no one watched this.
It's recorded, so that's going
Don't
directly to
worry.
my next employer.
Yeah.
Or my current one.
High
Forward it
future
to-
player.
forward,
When I
forward
run
it
for
to all of your therapists, just so you know. I'm perpetually working through this comment in particular.
Yeah, I haven't told anybody at my work that I do this, precisely for this type of reason.
That's fair.
Yeah. So if we could just get her to calm down to get some actual answers out of her, that actually might help.
Right. If we have a few minutes, I can prepare a spell to do just that. I would prefer at least to let her know what's going to happen before just casting it on her. It's
That would probably be best, considering she's traumatized as it is already.
yes, just flat out suppressing someone's emotions, even in a situation like this, is a little fucked up. So
Then have at it, and the rest of
I'll
you...
get started.
I've already looked around what I could. If you have any interest in actually glancing around yourself, feel free.
I'm gonna take a look at the recent ledger. See if there's any mention of buying a book off of.
Okay.
Someone should probably detect magic or something like that.
Stauffer says that's something at least I can do. She turns and casts it and starts moving back through the, not sizable, but definitely open interior of the Winding Way bookshop. Which allows the rest of you the opportunity to look around yourself. Both of you give me a perception check, and we're going to go upstairs. So, the two of you have finished getting up onto the shingles. This brings you at sort of like a midway point between the second and third floor. You see above you where there is like a balcony, almost kind of like a widow's walk in a way, that goes up to the third floor attic in the Winding Way bookshop. You see that the doors have been broken outwards, and that a portion of the balcony railing has broken off.
So someone inside busted it down to get outside.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you smell anything, Sven? Anything out of the ordinary?
Let me try my smelling nose.
You get a lot more of what you smelled down on the ground.
I'm getting a lot more ground smell. Sven starts looking towards the feet.
Hey, not my feet, all right? Anyone else's, not mine.
Again, I'm glad no one fucking watches this. No. A lot of the same acrid, like half-burnt, like incense smell, as well as the putrid, iron-rich, kind of rotten blood smell. The two of you, I guess, give me a perception check, and this one is a sight check.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sure he begins to relate some of this to you. So, Daxius, you're able to notice that there is something blackened clinging to a portion of the broken balcony railing near where most likely the person took their swan dive.
I'm not gonna touch it. I'm gonna get close to him and bend down and inspect it closely.
You know, it's strange that the smell is also up here.
Does this give off that acrid
Yes.
smell?
It does.
Yes, it does.
It smells almost the same up here as it did down there. I wonder if there was foul play.
No, there was definitely foul play.
No, I know, it was a joke. I just don't know what kind of foul play. Teleportation? I don't know what the smell is.
Whatever it is definitely liquid. It is viscous. It's thicker than one would consider to be like normal human blood. It is also, like I said, black, like oil black.
Shit, I don't have a vial.
I might.
Do you? I would like to get a sample of this to show Franks.
I have garlic.
You could use it as a sponge.
Seasoning for a torch fries.
I don't think I have a vial.
Yeah, Furnace probably does.
Yeah, I'm just.
I might have. No, I don't think I do. Yeah, I got some vials for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna just like turn to Sven for one moment, run down to the back to the rope and just scamper down, run inside. Fernix, vial.
I just reached down without even opening my eyes.
Take it.
The vial.
Run back up the rope. I will roll just in case I get a 1 because that's funny. No,
Nope,
I get up. I'm gonna take a sample of it.
Sven's already licked all of it clean.
Hey, you could at least save some for me.
It takes a bit because it's not like runny, so you're able to get some into the vial itself and cork it. Are you gonna climb back or climb up onto the balcony to see inside?
Oh, I wasn't done up here. Yeah, I don't know what you want to do, Sven, but I'm gonna keep looking around up here.
Sven's eyes slowly turn. No. I'll follow.
Okay. So, you staying here on the walkway, or are you going up onto the balcony and into the bookshop?
I want to look outside some more first.
Actually, I'll stay behind.
Slowly make my way inside.
I'll stay behind. I'll meet back up with you. Sorry, I gotta be right back.
Yeah. What you gotta do?
Then we'll go back down. Vic, let's see the perception check.
25.
You're able to go through the accounts book, and I'm going to give you somewhat of a BOTD and say that you're able to sort of figure out some of this because you're not trained as a scribe, and I don't think you have that creative, like a structured education that way, but given enough time, and because you're still waiting for Fernix to prepare his spell to help Abigail, During that time, before Phoenix casts a spell, you're able to figure out where the purchases from the previous few days were, and it indicates a locked box underneath the counter. Pretty sizable, probably about the size of maybe like half a crate.
Did you say locked?
Yeah, Daxius or Vic will have Daxius come over at some point.
Yeah, I imagine I'm just like looking off the roof and it's just. Why? What the fuck do you want? I'm busy.
There's a lock down here that might need to be picked.
Yeah, I'll say less.
I'll see if I can find the key first if you're busy.
Not extraordinarily. I can be down in a jiffy. Really quick, do I see anything else up here? With a quick perception check?
Give it to me, yeah. No.
Nope!
Here, just
Yeah.
a second. And we're going. Like, you don't even actually see anything. You just, like, turn and just go right for the road.
Yeah, I really want to know what's in that box.
Like a basic bitch.
So if
Yeah.
I happen to have the keys.
Sorry, what?
I'm a walking key.
Talking to Stauffer. Do you happen to have the keys that were used for this box?
We probably do, however, the person who would know where they are, and she just gestures towards the crying girl.
We'll make this quick. Yeah, Daxius, if you don't mind.
No inside. First. Probably safe, but he lives in Bridgefront, so we might have a trap on it. So I'm gonna check. It's fine.
You don't
I'll
notice
unlock it.
anything. No.
Shit. I'm going at it, and there's like this point where I like go like stone face, like, oh, if I push any further, I'm gonna break my lockpicks.
Just for fun, I'm gonna cast Knock because I haven't got to use that yet.
Ooh.
Alright.
So that is a caster level check plus 10.
Yep.
Hey.
Yep, that definitely passes. It was a pretty decent lock, so you need to find.
Daxius is fucking with the keys. I just kind of snap.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, the box opens, like the lid pops a little bit.
Kind of pats him on the shoulder. Yeah, well done.
The crate opens,
Yours.
and inside you see, obviously, books. Things that were purchased the previous day. Everything from random fiction pieces to reference books to textbooks to maybe like very low-level magic books. There is a lot of shit in here.
Yeah, I'm immediately looking over each and every one of these books and looking for illusions because I have a plus for bonus and saving against it.
Okay.
It'll take a while to search through.
Hmm. Give me a caster level check.
Okay. Caster level plus 4. Right? I'm not.
Well, what is the?
I'm arcane insight.
This wouldn't be a will check to disbelieve.
Yeah.
Plus 4 bonus on saving throws made against illusions. Okay, so I don't add a plus 4. Womp womp. Yeah, I don't find shit.
Yeah, you go over everything and nothing stands out. You pass through, like, books that you don't know why the hell anybody would buy any of this, but then again, you don't know why anybody would bring some of this in to sell.
Why would it be locked?
Yeah.
No, you know what? I have inspiration I've been sitting on this, like, I have 6 inspiration I've been sitting on. I'm using one of them for this.
All right.
I have a sneaking fucking suspicion.
Okay. So you're gonna add plus 6 to that.
I suppose so. Yeah, so that's
Good.
just a 20.
The check DC was 16.
Ooh.
You come across a book nearer to the bottom that, straight up looks like an accounting journal. But as you, like, turn it over and, like, kind of, like, open like to the pages to like let them breathe a bit, you see a bookmark flutter out, and as soon as it leaves the pages, the book transforms into something else.
Ah.
The one that you were looking for. You're able to, because of your language proficiency, read the front of the book, which reads Paginarium Lethargica.
How do you? Sorry, Paginarium. What was it? I'm sorry.
In chat.
Oh, yes, thank
Paginarium
you.
Lethargica.
Oh, Barry's gonna love this.
It is a very thick book. It is very obviously quite old. It does indeed have like a jewel-cut surface to its face, which kind of looks like a actual face, but as soon as you like turn it towards you, it's just the way that it's grooved from age.
Man.
It has large like hooks that secure the not hooks, but like belts that secure the, because it's that like this thing is fucking thick. And the way that it is bound is not a single binding, but almost like multiple. Like it's one book that has been expanded and expanded and expanded and expanded again and again. There are pieces of paper that are just kind of hanging out like haphazardly, but the way that it is belted shut keeps everything pretty secure.
Well, we won't have to meet with Pravas's band, thank God. And I'll just immediately hand the book over to Vic because he's the safest person to hold on to this shit.
I'm gonna look over it and so there's a lot of the like the binding and stuff. Is it like latched shut though, like locked or?
It's not locked, but it's like a belt, like several belts that like hold the binding shut, like attached to the edge where you would open it. So you just unhook them in order to actually open it up.
Okay. No.
This is probably about the time that Phoenix, you would be able to cast your spell if you wanted to. The girl definitely seems to be a little more consolable at this point. The guards have mostly given up trying to, and even Stauffer's like, I'm not great with people like that.
Just kind of like, I haven't really the faintest idea myself, but go over and kind of just explain to her that I'm gonna cast a spell on you, and it's not going to make all of these feelings go away forever, but at least for a couple of minutes, because we need your help really badly to figure out who did this. So
It's like, hey, okay.
cool. I'm basically like explicitly, please don't resist this. I'm gonna be really upset if you do.
Okay.
Okay.
The spell goes off, and she's able to like, she's been sitting down on a chair, and she just like pulls up like a part of her dress and like wipes her face off. The two guards, like the average guards, seem a bit relieved, and Stauffer's like, go on and handle what's outside. We'll take care of this. And they just give a nod and head off.
Finally, she stopped fucking crying.
The girl kind of like sits back and says, "Who are all of you?"
The gate crashers.
Gate crashers.
Wait, am I here or where am I right now?
I think we're all here, yeah.
Sven walks in. We're the gate crashers. No, he pulls off sunglasses. I don't know.
I'm gonna have baked beans.
We're supposed to be consoling a child who just lost
he's like
a parent.
16, not like a small child, but well,
He's still a
he just
child.
I mean, anyone of any age that just saw
Says Joel.
parent die.
Yeah. I mean, genuinely
like
consider
that.
myself a child, but that's another
It's
point.
pretty bad. Mhm.
We're just trying to figure out what's going on here. What happened? Hopefully stop it from happening to anyone else.
She like kind of like has to clear her throat and like blow her nose into a handkerchief, and and then says, some people came last night, during the night, and I don't know, I was in my room, we had finished up for the day, some people come in and sold some stuff, and Dad had put what he'd gotten that day into the box and filled out the ledger, and we'd eaten, and I'd gone to sleep, and I just remember hearing somebody inside. And I can't tell if it was even real or not. Because it felt like it was a dream, but it was a waking dream. I remember hearing people walking around outside, talking, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. The way they spoke was really harsh and broken, and I remember hearing something snuffling at the door, like a dog or a wolf, and it just, something was dripping, and it moved on, and I probably shouldn't have, but I went to the door and I looked out, and there was this monster walking up the hallway towards the attic. It looked like a dog, but it wasn't a dog. It had no fur on. It was black as night, and it was big as a wolf, if not bigger, and it had things growing out of it. Out of its back. And I closed the door as it went upstairs. I didn't look at it anymore because I just knew when I saw it, if it knew I was there, it was gonna kill me.
Real quick, out-of-game question. Is this describing the things that attacked us in the arena? Because it sounds...
Ding,
familiar.
ding, ding, we have a winner.
Woo, let's go! Yeah, I just immediately cringe upon remembering how that thing mauled me to death. Yeah, good call, kid.
And I heard there was somebody, at least one other person upstairs, talking with somebody else. And then I remember hearing somebody scream. And there was running. And then something crashed, like a window being broken. And I woke up. And that's when I found Dad dead outside.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, it's not gonna...
As far as you can tell, all of this happened in a dream.
I think so. Obviously, when I came down, I thought it was all just a dream, and you ever dream something and you think it's real because it sounded so real in your ears that when you wake up you have to go check to see if it actually happened or not?
I know what you're talking about.
I did that, and he leapt from the attic window. I don't know why. I just heard screaming and a fight and crash, and I ended up biting my lip open just to make sure I wasn't even asleep, but I wasn't asleep. And that's when I saw that it looked like somebody had thrown over the entire shop. Not just here, but like even stuff we have stored upstairs. Like they were looking for something. But I don't know what.
Oh. Well. I think we do know what they were looking for. Would you mind if we kept this book? Might be.
I don't care. I'm going to Carrington. She's the only person that can offer anybody any sanctuary. And if you're smart, you'll seek it too.
I think it's a wise
We'll keep
choice.
that in mind.
I gotta open my mouth to say something, then just at a certain point,
Spence-
Dax just can't bear to look at this kid anymore, and he goes to stand by at the exit.
Sven has been trying to rack his brain for a story to try and tell this person to, like, calm them or help them cope, but is coming up short. Feels like there's not really any stories that apply here that have a good moral or anything comforting.
Very hungry caterpillar.
So once there was this spider, right? And they were trying to go up this spout. You see, it's a metaphor for persistence.
Put my hand on Sven's face and push. Well, you've done a very good job. You're very brave, I think. If you can find some place to be safe, then you should take that opportunity.
Carrington's all I've got. Mom's been dead since I was little, and now that Dad's gone, I guess I have to run this shop on my own. She just kind of like sits back and like hugs herself and closes her eyes. It doesn't seem like the spell's wearing off, but it very much is a "what do I do now?" kind of.
Is this a
Moment of clarity.
just to make sure? This is like a bookshop, right?
Yeah.
No.
Mostly rhetorical question. Sven thinks on this, and okay, I'll actually say something when we're about to go. So ignore me for now.
It's
Okay, so what the fuck were they looking for and why? And this is Stout for like talking to you, like trying to get you away from her so that you can talk.
yeah. Vic's gonna step over to the side after the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. I'm very confident that this book is the one that Pelagaro used to achieve his dream transcensional, whatever the hell it was. He and others, but mostly him, have been looking for it. And if my thoughts are correct, until he finds it or is stopped manually, his influence isn't going to go away. The cult was a symptom, but not the cause.
Which means now that we have this book, we need to deal with this now. Enough people have died. And I mean right now. As soon as we fucking leave if we can.
We'll need to figure out if we can recreate the ritual or find a way to use this information in a way to get to him or cut him off or something. I don't know. We haven't had the information necessary to be able to figure these things out.
Right. Well.
Trust me
Hopefully it
when I
can be
say
done
this.
sooner rather than later, because things are pretty much only getting worse here, even with the cult disbanded and the shiver gone. People are still dying. I don't know.
This isn't something we're taking lightly. We'll be looking into this with all possible avenues as soon as we can.
As we're talking,
On-
I'm just going
on
to
the
take out a
fortunate
piece of
side-
paper and start writing.
It seems that due to owing with how the distribution of these objects has gone, it seems that we would be the next ones on the chopping block.
Yeah.
So
Well,
we'll do our best to find them. Or rather, a way to get to them.
We'll deal with it.
Yeah. Well. It might be on you. Bryn isn't very interested in hearing any of this. We've cleaned up what we can, taken possession of the home. The cult isn't coming back. The drugs aren't coming back. In the material world, that's what we can do. If you want help, let's go to Carrington or someone like that. Best I can do is run interference.
Right. Well, it's definitely a good thing to not have to worry about getting suddenly assailed by a mob the second we step out.
No. We're gonna try and keep some of this from snowballing into something more dangerous. The best we can, at least. I'm sure a lot of the locals didn't like being told that, hey, maybe this guy just fell to his death, but I'd rather tell them that than some monster killed them in their sleep and threw them out into the street.
Yeah.
I don't know, though.
Well, we'll have to see where that thing ended up. Still not sure exactly what it is.
I don't know. Unfortunately, that's about as much as I can do at this point. I'm gonna take care of this scene here. If you need me, you know where my office is.
Needed.
I'm
Good
gonna
for you.
take a moment to just like, after writing something down, taking out a pouch, I'm just gonna pace around the store and just like sleight of hand, put in between a book that's at the kid's eye level, maybe when they're going through it. They'll find 100 gold and a note saying, for getting the store up and running again.
You think they're gonna get that book before someone else does?
I hit it pretty well.
In a book.
In between some books.
People come in here and look at stuff. They're more likely to find it first than... It doesn't matter.
But I
You
did
don't
it.
think the store's gonna be operating for a while?
Yeah, they might pick through things though. I put it in a place that I figured they might like
Yeah,
look
that's true.
through.
Even if it's just putting it into the box where all the recent purchases were placed.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do that.
Are we heading out?
Yes, I think we should.
Alright. Before we leave, I want to approach the girl. And I want to say, if you had interest in it, I have experience with chronicling lives and stories. I would love to hear of the life of your mother and father so that they are put to book and remembered.
She kind of looks over. She's like, it's definitely getting close to where the spell seems to be wearing off, and she says, "Okay, yeah, I'd like that. I'm gonna close up here, and then I'm probably gonna go over to Carrington's and stay there."
I will stop by when we are more available. We are currently disposed with avenging this death, but once we are done with that, I would like to speak with you on this.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Slight nod. Follows the rest of the party out.
All right. Wow. You've managed to get your hands on the Book of Dreams, Agenorium Lethargica.
Which, one last thing. Can I, now that I have the name of that book, Am I able to roll? It's the first time I've ever had to use a lore rule, but I lore late Platanian. Can I try rolling that and see if now that I have the book in my hands, it like rings any bells, like historically, like maybe like that name's come up somewhere before in my research.
Sure.
All right, cool. No, I got all of Vic's luck today.
Well, you at least do remember that. You remember in the research that you did in Ludendorff's library that things that were similar to this were used as part of like certain imperial magical studies, mostly done by rich people as a way to make their own safe retreat or maybe their own even personal realm. There was a lot of like belief in the time that if you had enough magic, you could do quite literally whatever you wanted. And there are still a lot of wizards who act like that. However, it seems like there are far fewer of them. Not wizards who believe batshit like things like that, but fewer wizards overall. So a lot of this magic, a lot of which was very, very dangerous, kind of took care of itself.
Yeah, they didn't think about the danger.
No.
They didn't read the labels.
Yeah, no. Like, a chemistry kit for my 10-year-old that has nuclear materials in it. What could go wrong?
Yeah, that's how you end up with all your children's turning into trolls.
So you end up with a teenager in the 1980s making a nuclear reactor in his house
Yeah.
in like Wisconsin. I believe.
Irradiating the entire neighborhood.
Yes, actually. Yes, actually.
Oh, I know this story.
I forgot about that. I only know light details. I think it's literally all I know. I've just heard it in passing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely know that this has come up before in some of the books that you studied there. And that this seems to be linked to a lot of very dangerous magic that came out in like the height and then the like death throes of the Empire. Yeah.
Birch is deafened?
That's the cat, I believe. Or no, his headphones.
Yeah, headphones.
And also being lived on with cats.
Mm.
Yeah.
Alright. So you have the book in your hands now. It's big. And even without even having opened it, you can kind of feel the weight of it. I mean, the metaphorical weight of it.
How much can we sell this for?
Based
Don't
on
answer that.
just the look of the pages that are within, you can tell that like the farther to the back you go, the newer they get. So the ones at the front seem to be old. Like hundreds and hundreds of years old.
So are we gonna have to study this to be able to use it?
Might not be a bad idea, but we should do it.
Birch
is
would
this
probably
gonna
want to
be-
answer that question.
And is this
Currently
gonna
acting
be
with the living cat tree.
is this gonna be Necronomicon territory where studying it loses your sanity?
I honestly, based on the look of the book, maybe, and how old it is, it's definitely some powerful magic.
I
It
think
it's
seems
pages.
like it's not bound in human flesh, at least.
Great.
Well, yes.
Great, I
Thank
smell the
God.
book.
Smells like book.
Wow, no.
Wow.
You're kidding me? It smells like book?
What
Dude.
the heck?
There's no
Guys,
fucking way.
Chat, do you hear that?
Dude, can I get some pogs in chat for the book smelling like book?
Holy shit.
Right.
Didn't they get rid of that emote?
Yes.
It's yes and no. It exists, but they like change who's
No,
doing
that's
the
Kappa.
pog. Is it?
Yeah,
No, they
Kappa,
changed it.
Kappa?
I literally don't watch Twitch ever, so I don't actually know.
Yeah, they changed it.
It's,
Um,
it's
New
not
icon.
Gutex, another disgraced Canadian.
Oh no, they have pog.
They do
Yeah.
it just
Yeah.
Blizzard instead of the original guide.
Yeah.
Which I don't know what happened, but I assume, given that it was probably a Twitch streamer, I assume it had something to do with grooming children.
I'm
No,
almost
he,
certain.
he's a fighting game guy who does well, he still does YouTube stuff, but was known for being associated with the much better personality Mike Ross, and doing a bunch of content with him, and said a bunch of shit that got him canceled. And upon being asked about it, Mike Ross was just like, "No, Gutex has just always been crazy. He's just always had the most wild opinions about shit," and just caught up with him eventually.
Yeah.
Happens to the best.
Hey, well, you know, you can still play fighting games good, no matter what you believe. If you put in the time and you play the right ways.
That's what happened to like 60% of the Smash users. The
That's
players.
right.
The fate of all Twitch users goes three ways: grooming kids, narcissism, or really insane.
Usually
Yeah.
it's all three of them at the same time.
Eventually,
Yeah.
Could
You
be.
get all
Anyway.
3 badges, you become the ultra streamer.
That's what I'm aiming for. 100%
Wait a
completion.
minute. Any percent run.
Jesus.
Either way, the answer to that question is most likely.
I think we'll probably want to have a chat with Madam Carrington again. She seemed to have a particular interest in this particular book.
Sure.
And,
Do we think
oh,
it's a good idea to be telling anyone that we have this now that we have it? Because I think it's a really, 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 really shit idea to tell anyone that we have this.
No.
We have to tell
Look,
someone.
man, that's just your opinion.
I'm just saying, this book brings nothing but trouble.
The thing is, Madam Carrington has been touted as the only person to be safe from this situation.
Yeah, so we're going to
Even
bring
the-
a book that causes trouble, and also the only shelter that we know one kid has, to Madam Carrington, possibly putting a target on her back.
We don't have to
I
bring
think
the
that's
book.
a... Sorry?
We don't necessarily have to bring the book without talking to her first. I mean, my point is that she's provided a significant amount of useful and accurate information in the past, and has also expressed interest in seeing the book firsthand. If there's anyone who would have a good idea of how to proceed with it, I would imagine that she would be it. I think we don't necessarily need to be touting it around and wearing it on our chest. But if anyone in this city is going to have information for us, it's going to be her.
Sure. But I still stand by what I said.
No, you're right. Caution is the way to proceed, but we don't have many options.
We do have an option, and sometimes a good option can be doing nothing, as in not telling anyone. But sure, I can't stop you.
I think it's safe to
Yeah.
tell her.
You know what the safest option would be? Could just shift us to another plane and forget all about it.
The safest
Go
option would be to leave
somewhere
this
else
game.
and change
There's
our
not going-
names. No,
There's not going to be a
Is that
safe
it?
option.
I mean, I could just do that whenever. My name's Phil now.
My name is Nye.
What's a good dragon name?
Sions?
Stet. Darn, it's too close to Sven.
I'm sorry, I'm over here making a dumb joke by myself.
It's okay.
We
You're
know.
forgiven.
I know what you're feeling.
Daxis, your concerns are well-founded, but people are dying on a daily basis.
Yes, that's my point.
We do not have the time. People were dying before we found the book, at an increasing rate. Regardless of whether or not we tell anyone, which we shouldn't, necessarily. We need help, and the sooner we find a way to stop things, the better. I don't know about you, but I am not an expert in the occult. I'm not an expert in dreamwalking. I am not an expert in any of this.
Good thing I also have a book I can cross-reference, and I pull up the book I found at the I forget his name. Don't care right now. The Noble's Library. The younger fellow. A book about planar travel and the dream world. I can cross-reference this, and me and Furnace can just study it.
Do we have the time for that?
Right.
We have a whole day ahead of us.
And then when night falls, and more people begin to dream, more people begin to die.
I think at that point we'll be going into the dream world.
How about this?
So it turns out I do, to spoil things a bit, have a way that I may be able to get us to and from the dream world. Just requires a very specific thing that I'm not sure how
Sorry,
I
makes
would
your back.
necessarily acquire. Oh yes, I had been.
For a while.
I don't know why that just clicked with me. Hey, Phoenix, we had the question. If we were to study this book, do you think we would go insane? I've heard tales of books that drive you mad if you study them.
Oh, well, you usually be able to tell within the first couple of pages. I mean, but how bad is the content?
Is it written by
Really?
Stephanie Myers?
You feel your grip on reality slipping as you begin to internalize the concepts? And how
Actually
everything
just-
that you
Sorry.
how everything you know has been just a crude fabrication in the face of this new and unflinching reality.
We start
No,
next
that's-
session by reading 50 Shades of Grey in character.
Yeah, that realization that's just growing up, really.
How about,
Or was it like a
How about
normal
we-
book?
if there's anyone that's safe to tell, how about Cyrus?
Yeah.
Cyrus might be going
think
in
he
with
would be.
us, so yeah.
Or Melio? I haven't seen her in a couple days. I think she's been busy.
Right.
I'm
And I
fine
got-
with anyone that's going in with us to know.
Hold the fuck on. Because, it would be really stupid if
What?
we just went into the dream world to fight this thing and then we got slaughtered completely because it turned out that was the bad thing to do. So I'll be keeping that slot in my head open.
You might
That's
have to at least
Oh.
open the book and see what things are going to entail, probably, before you can figure out a lot of that. Probably easier to do that if
Yeah.
you actually look at the book instead of sitting around arguing about it.
Look,
Yeah.
I just don't. I just
If I was-
don't want to lose D6 sanity. How much is this? D10? How
Look,
much?
if-
San-
If that's what you're worried
It
about, you don't
depends.
have to be the one to read it.
It depends
Well,
on what you encounter, and you have to roll below your sanity, your current sanity level. So, considering there aren't any things things like that in this system, unfortunately, I don't think you don't have to worry about that.
There's some optional sanity rules out there.
Oh, I know there are. They're not as nice though.
No.
I mean,
It's
like
good
easy
for
to work
optional.
with.
Anyway, once we get to a relatively secluded corner, Vic will just read the book.
You open the book and you see that it is 100% not going to be something so easily accomplished.
He's totally confident.
Unfounded. Do you open near the front or near the back?
Just towards the front. Might as well start at the beginning. Then maybe start flipping through afterwards to see if there's anything I could possibly parse.
You see it seems to be beginning at least probably around 400 or 500 years ago, where obviously one of Caligaro's distant relatives is beginning to study, saying that he came into possession of basically a dreamstone project, like a lot of the rich nobles were doing at the height of the empire, trying to make their own little world that they could kind of be god over, to increase his own, wizardly abilities. And then it just as you skip forward, it's like its time is moving on. You can see that there's more information. Nobody ever seems to be getting really close to creating anything, or they're getting some information and starting to try some sort of ritual, and then they realize that they need something in order to like anchor this world, thus the Dreamstone, and then searching for something. I'm assuming that you're like really skimming because this fucker is thick.
Yeah, just trying to get the sense.
You get to maybe like the back 10% before you realize that this is new, like new, relatively new, and that it seems to be written mostly by Naum, the current Caligaro, where he's talking about finding this book in his library, using it as a way to like rebuild his family's legacy, meeting up with Myra, a girl that you definitely get the idea that he kind of manipulated her into this, but at the same time that she might have wanted some of this. Take that as you will. I had to bite back something I had to say, and even I don't, not even on recording, not even on something nobody watches. No. You also see that he ends up raising money to fund a expedition, not into like the White Tops, but into the spine of the world, where he and some of his ancestors were aware that certain rather influential wizards might have made towers and left behind certain artifacts, primarily searching for a fraction of a Dreamstone. There's also a connection between that, like the Dreamstone, and night hags. Mostly that one can make the other. Specifically, the hags can make Dreamstones. You see that he raised money from a couple of locations, but the biggest donors, or, well, not donors, but people that he raised money from, was the Deep Gold Bank and the Lutendorfs. You see that, like, the way that it was presented, it obviously, there was no fucking way he was honest with what he was actually looking into. The way it was presented was very much we're looking for some old stuff. Wanna pay to see if you can get a payoff out of that? So, yeah. Either way, those are the two biggest people that he took money from and probably never paid back. However, when they went out into the spine of the world, they didn't find the Dreamstone, but they did find an idol. That of Moglothar. Something that they brought back. And started building up a cult around, because that idol was able to speak with them psychically, telling them what to do, how to accomplish some of their desires. It seemed that Caligaro was rather aware that the idol was not simply a quote-unquote like a small god, that it was probably a once living creature with very vast arcane powers, which ultimately is what led to his discovery of a fraction of the Dreamstone, which one of his previous ancestors had actually come across, and using knowledge from the idol with the book and the actual Dreamstone itself, was able to begin the ritual against the desires of the idol, who basically did not want him to usurp it as being the head of this magical cult. It then convinced Myra to betray him, locking him in the other world. You do see how to actually do this ritual, and it is involved. This is not something you're going to do in a day. The ritual itself takes a couple of hours, but, well, who here is like an expert in occult studies?
Oh, definitely me. No,
Me or Furnace will probably be the closest.
Those of you who are able to cast magic, oh look, that's all of you are able to make a check in order to try and learn this.
Knowledge Arcana?
It would be no, actually, it would be a straight intelligence check.
Big money, no Emmys. Hey, that's not bad.
Oh, what if I burned an inspiration here?
Wouldn't be the worst idea.
I'll see what everyone else rolls.
I think my light's fucked, so. Then
Yeah.
you get Shadow Dexius. I've actually stealth
Well-
right now.
Oof.
Axios
Up
didn't
to
do
you.
bad, but
It might not be enough. I still have 5
I'll-
inspiration.
I'll burn an inspiration. I have 4.
Okay. It's good because the DC was 16.
Oh god.
You're, Sven, possibly because of your recent almost binging of arcane material related to the creation of constructs and perhaps then moving over into theory related to Ion Stone, you can see that there is a bit of an overlap. You're thinking it's going to take you probably about 6 days. Of
6
constant study.
days?
6 days of constant study in order to prepare yourself enough to be able to make the ritual.
Do I think I
Holy
could do it?
shit!
Yes, as long as you're able to cast magic, you are able to do it.
Ooh, this would be really good for future character stuff. If Sven was the one to do it.
Well, you're
It's
the one who
weird
made
that
the
it would be
check.
Sven instead of Phoenix, but so I'm the only one able to because I'm the only one who passed.
You're the only one who made the check. The others are allowed to try the check again in the following day.
Yeah, this ritual makes no sense to me. What the fuck is it asking for?
I would say,
It's,
Daxius, you think that you're like,
locked.
some of this kind of makes sense, but like, you're not following it the way you think you should. And Sven's over here like,
Just-
also,
so, that uses some really weird language.
oh yeah, closer to the front, it is not in common. It is primarily, if not entirely, in Lapitanian.
Yes, the first time that Lapitanian, a language I've had since the beginning, is actually used, Sven has a fucking rig, so it doesn't matter that I have it.
Well, you're the one that has to actually give them a lot of the history, so you're technically still helping. Because,
enough.
Yeah, any
yeah.
written or spoken. So yeah, scholars ring pretty good.
It's a good ring, but I am mildly malding.
I mean, I had this whole like side quest thing where I was trying to where I got Goblin as a language.
Ooh,
hmm
that'd be useful, actually.
I went on a whole side quest thing for that, and now I have the Scholar's Ring, which kind of invalidates that. But it's still cool that it happened.
as you get to near the
Having a
front,
mind goblin.
however, you see that the ritual was definitely recently augmented some, and that might require somebody else's input, because there is a piece of paper in there that is written entirely in ancient Elven. It also is
good thing I read
interesting.
that.
It is also interesting because the paper itself, first of all, A, is not attached to the rest of the book. It's one of the pieces of paper that's like laid inside. It has a bit of a glow to it and seems to be almost perfectly preserved despite its age. And as you run your paw pads over it, you can feel like this is pretty strong. Like, this doesn't seem like regular parchment or vellum or paper.
I'm gonna cast Read Magic.
Ooh. I always forget that I have that spell.
It's good. I'll leave that to you.
I'm just waiting on him to hit the button.
Oh,
Oh,
there's
no,
nothing
she's-
to roll.
Yeah, no, it's just marking it off.
There's
Basic
also for the
cantrip.
audience,
I thought you
the
meant
one
had it.
person that's there.
You
Like, she's
are able to
headbutting.
read some of this.
It's trapped, huh?
No, I'm saying that
Oh.
it's some of it is magical, like it is written in Draconic, like part of the actual quote unquote spells. I guess the ring, which Yeah, it does invalidate some shit, doesn't it?
Not invalidate it. I mean, this
No.
is big that we're able to do this.
You're able to see that it 100% is an excerpt from something else. There are no page numbers or anything like that, but the way that it's written, obviously, was continuing from somewhere else, but you can't find any other pages that match it, and it seems to continue on afterwards. The content of the page seems to pertain to the creation of. Being able to create, as in out of thin air. As in using pure arcane energy to make whatever you want.
So, like summoning or evocation.
Manifestation. It's like using wish to create something, like an actual object. Or, as it becomes obvious how Caligari used it, to create something that makes him stabilize his own dream world.
Sounds pretty useful.
And even as you're reading it, obviously it's not complete. Like, it's very obviously like a bit of a spell or ritual with some theory and like information or like assertions around it. It isn't complete. And obviously Caligari must have used it as a way to supplement his own rituals. And perhaps that's why he succeeded where other people failed.
Okay.
The rest of you, as Sven is looking over this, what are you doing? Are you standing there looking as well?
Yeah.
Well, Daxius, you see that you can definitely see the pieces that are written in Botanian and just how absolutely ancient a lot of these are. Hundreds and hundreds of years.
Jesus, even I'm having a hard time reading this shit.
Obviously, Phoenix is able to read a lot of the magical and follow the theory. Vic, you are as well, perhaps maybe not to the same extent that Phoenix is, because he has an actual education in that, because, well, when you get to the page about the ancient elvish magic, that you ever get a feeling, and you're not sure if it comes from you or if it's coming from something else, that tells you that you're looking at something really fucking dangerous. Not dangerous in a way of like, this is evil, it will kill me. Dangerous in a way of, this is a loaded handgun in a group of 3-year-olds. And perhaps that isn't you saying that, perhaps it might be Fenrir saying that there is something dangerous that you see. Or perhaps it's just something that you kind of know. And that just confirms it.
I presume it's the Elvish page.
I do want to stress that it isn't something that radiates evil. It isn't. But power this raw doesn't need to be evil to be dangerous.
I kind of want to pluck the page from the book.
It's
if
not
I'm being
attached to the book.
honest.
That's just it. It's not attached to the book.
I kind of want to mark where the page was put and then
Mm.
keep the page separate. Because if I get the feeling we're not going to hold on to this book for very long. I feel like at some point we're going to lose it. For whatever reason. I
Either
want to hold
way,
on to this page.
You do see like a lot of the like ways that the ritual seems to be going, and that, oh, by the way, you will need the Clovis Somnus in order to open a door in order to get into the dream world that he has made.
Is that the key we found?
Yes.
That's the book. No.
Yeah, the
Well,
Clovis
it's not
Somnus
that-
is the key that Myra gave you in exchange for saving the lives of the people in that temple. The Paginorum Lethargica is the book of dreams. So, even if somebody were to take the book from you, it's useless without the key, because in order to actually access it, you need that key. Similarly, trying to access it externally, say by your own magic, or trying to brute force it, say with the man in the tower, not Not so straightforward. Good wizards
like-
are pretty good at keeping other wizards out.
I feel like this page is almost separate from, like,
Oh, it very
this page
obviously.
kind of gives me, yeah, like somebody put this in.
Yes.
The-
That is very obvious, yes.
And
They
it can
did
be used
mention-
for other things.
I would suggest we use it for nothing.
And Myra did warn you about it, by the way.
Yeah, I remember hearing about it when we talked right before the spider guy came out.
Either way, I would like to keep this page separate from the book and safe.
Okay.
I wouldn't touch it at all.
Well, because even then, if somebody steals the book, they don't have the page, which is very critical, it seems, to completing the ritual.
I said we put it in
The, that page is not.
I just want to keep it separate.
I think it's not a bad play, but I think if we're going to do that, we should probably put it in the lead line barrel.
Yeah.
That page, with or without the ritual, that is not something we should even be touching if we don't have to. Right.
I think that it's reckless to leave a bomb with all its parts.
That page is the bomb.
I think the page is what we were looking for, mostly.
It-
At least to get to the dream world.
I think so too, but I'd rather keep it in two parts, just in case. I'd rather this not fall into the wrong hands too easily. We can put it back when we need it. We know where it goes in this book.
I
This
agree
book will
with
take
you.
a long time to study, and I worry that in that long time, something could happen.
Right.
I do agree with you, but I also
The key is
If
needed
they-
for the ritual, but by keeping it separate, I think you avoid a lot of problems. If one gets stolen, but not both.
I just think
I must remind you that we have very powerful enemies that are trying to kill a lot of people.
I am well
near
aware.
us.
But if Vic says that's so dangerous we shouldn't even touch it, I believe him in that.
We're touching it now. We're using the
That's-
parsing through the book.
Let me elaborate a bit. I'm not a historian. I don't claim to understand a lot of things, especially not the history of the world and all of that. But this is going to sound strange. Have you ever lived with elves, particularly ones in some of the eastern countries? Not the ones that have integrated with humans.
I've met
No.
elves.
I have
Not met, but strong conversations, spend time with them.
No.
They are. I'm not going to say that they're all the same. That they're obviously, they're just like any other creatures. They have differences and they're all unique. But the reason that I left, well, I was raised in the East, is that they have a tendency to be separated. They like to leave things alone. They don't, at least the ones that live with nothing but other elves, have a detachment and I wouldn't say that they don't care, but the time periods that they work with is so much longer than most of the more populous races. But it's a different connection. I don't know if it's always been like this, but I do know that the last time that it wasn't like that, and there was concentrated effort into pushing the label to create literally The world was shredded in a lot of places. Like I said, I'm not a historian, but if I had to guess, that is what we are looking at right now. And we need to be very, very careful with this thing. This is not just a part of a bomb. This is a piece of history that could very well have been part of what nearly killed the world.
I understand, which is why I say we keep it separate, protected separately.
If things have been stable, leaving it where it is, I don't know. This is not a decision that we can make.
It's not even. It's just loose. I can just pull it out. It's not even glue.
Right. And if it's in that state and it hasn't,
we have the
claimed by
book
one of
open.
those
It's
things.
it's just laying on the next page. I have to pick it up to get to the next page anyway.
what Vic is saying is that it may be stable in the state that it is now. So
Maybe.
it's not.
I
You know,
don't
it
see
But
kinda
why
if
it's
it
such
says, if it's how you're saying, Vic, it could become unstable with.
And it just
It
not also knock over my monitor and possibly fuck that up in the same night.
No, yeah, it's very powerful
Wonderful.
magic indeed.
and it's perfectly possible that we could set the thing on fire, smash it, do all sorts of incredibly dangerous things to it, and have absolutely no repercussions. My point is that we are touching things that go. We've dealt with things that we are beyond us before, but this is a step beyond that. I'm not saying that we need to decide to never touch this thing and throw it in the river and hide it.
Fine, I'll leave it in the book. I just don't see
Just-
what the big issue is. I'm picking it up right now to turn the page. I pick it up
We
and
just-
I turn the page.
We just need
The-
we need more information before we can make any sort of decisions.
The presence of
danger
the
is-
page may be
the
being
danger is
insulated
there.
by the book.
Yeah,
Just, yeah, Sven, please put the page down. You were kind of.
I've already turned it.
Oh,
Please
okay,
read the
okay,
back of the
okay.
page.
Sorry, shoot.
Oh,
you know,
I turned it back.
my in-character eyes aren't
So-
so like.
It's
So
attuned.
Gray is saying
Probably fine.
Gray is saying that it's just stuffed in the book.
It is.
So when you open the book, in order to get to the next page, because it's not glued, you have to physically pick up and turn over. It's not attached to the book. So if
Yeah.
I read the back of it, I pick it up, turn it over, and it's separate of the book.
Mhm.
And then
I'm not. So let me say this
Sorry,
out of
I
character.
misunderstood that.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't like touch it. I'm saying that we need to be very careful with it because we don't know what sort of power it can hold.
yeah,
So just
and
like
I'm just
messing
saying
around
we-
with it willy nilly is not the
No,
way to
that's
go.
not
So
what
just-
The
That's
impression
what
I
I'm saying.
got, the impression I got
know,
was
I
that
never
Vic
said-
was saying we shouldn't touch it at all.
Anyways.
I was saying I'm not saying I take it out and
Yeah.
put it in my backpack.
But
Obviously.
I think we're on
Yeah.
the same page. We'll just.
I was
Vic is just saying let's talk to somebody about this before we start messing around with any magic rituals.
I was gonna explain
Yeah,
with,
no, I
with
was
how
saying-
the magic auras work. I'm like one might be like overlapping the other right now,
I was just
especially
saying,
if yeah.
My idea was keep the ammo separate from the gun. Like put them in two different places.
Well,
No, I get that though.
Yeah,
For
we're just
we're just circling. Yeah.
Yeah.
for
Moving
the,
on.
for the what was it? The grenades. I'm like I don't think we had them in a lead line barrel, did we?
No. Why
We
just
got
had
the
them
lead
on
line
us.
barrel because of that.
Gilgamesh was wearing one around his neck like a necklace.
Yep.
Yeah,
So why don't we
Which is-
use the lead line barrel?
Yeah, it was attached to the ring.
extraordinarily safe. Mhm.
And also,
I
we
mean-
are talking about this out in the open. Can I just really quickly do a perception check and see?
I assumed we were not just sitting in the
Why
middle
don't-
of town square.
Oh, I assume we're in an alleyway or something, but still, we're in the middle of fucking bridge
What?
front, and there are a lot of stealthy people around.
We can put one or the other or both in the barrel. I don't see why not.
You see nothing.
Yep. Go figure.
Let's.
Be as careful as possible.
I
Yeah.
think Cyrus would want to know this situation.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
So-
kind of want to know what his opinion would be too.
Seems like we're
All right.
probably about at the end here.
Well, and with that really dangerous fucking thing now in your hands, and I think everybody is kind of on the same page, but Tess, I think that's where we're going to be ending off as you guys close the book up, shove it into somebody's pack or bag of holding, and begin strategically, carefully moving your way out of Bridgefront back towards Bannerhome. So, and with that, I'd like to thank everybody for playing, and those of you who are watching, thanks for watching, and hopefully we'll see you next Wednesday on time. But as with D&D, that scheduling is a suggestion. But hey, at least everyone has actually accepted the scheduling invite for this coming week for once. Like everyone.
Yippee! Progress.
So with that, I guess we're going to sign off. Catch us all next week, and we'll see how this develops further.
See you later.
Good night,
6
everybody.
fucking days. Oh god.